Well, good morning. We're ready to begin day two of this meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education. Welcome to all of those in the audience, virtually, in person, and otherwise. Lutesan, would you please call the roll?
Holly Bloodworth.
Here.
Harold McKinney.
Here.
Justin Pate.
Here.
Julie Pyle.
Here.
Randy Poe.
Here.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
Here.
Lee Todd.
Here.
Steve Trimble.
Here.
Diane Woods.
Here.
Lou Young.
Here.
Lawrence McCroby.
Here.
Preston Graham.
Here.
Secretary Jamie Link.
Here.
And President Aaron Thompson. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Well, we had a busy day yesterday, a long day, but very strategically significant. And so I want to thank the board for just entertaining our guests from the EPSB long into the afternoon. They seemed quite engaged with us and we with them, and I think we're off to a good start finding a way to work more collaboratively on some of the important educator preparation issues. This is not a matter of jealously guarding authority. It is a matter of finding a way to execute our important responsibility to the students of this Commonwealth. So today, we start with some good news, and thankfully, there is always an abundance of that, even in the midst of our intense awareness of our many challenges. It's important to remind ourselves that good things are happening for our students, for our Commonwealth, and we need to take notice of these blessings. So I'm going to ask Dr. Poe to begin to share good news about two educators were recognized for their middle school work in KBE and health.
Thank you, Chair. Two educators were honored with the 2025 SHAPE Teacher of the Year Award in middle school physical and health education. Julie Neese of Highlands Middle School, Fort Thomas, and Melanie Smith of Model Laboratory School in Richmond have both received as 2025 Southern District Teachers of the Year by the Society of Health and Physical Educators, SHAPE America. Neese is being highlighted for her work in middle school physical education and Smith for her work in health education. Neese and Smith will compete for SHAPE America National Teacher of the Year. So let's give them a round of applause for their great work.
Steve, you have some good news to share?
I sure do. 2024 Kentucky World Language Association Teacher of the Year advances to the Nationals. Stephanie Ballett Donaldson, a Spanish literacy teacher at Hawthorne Elementary School in Jefferson County, a 2024 Kentucky World Language Association Outstanding Teacher of the Year, has been selected as the recipient of the 2025 Southern Conference on Language Teaching, which is SCOLT, Regional Teacher of the Year Award. She received the award on March the 21st at the SCOLT Conference in Nashville. This award is intended to elevate the status and the public profile of language profession at the state, regional, and national levels by creating opportunities to recognize accomplished members of the world language profession. It also recognizes best practices and excellence in teaching and learning of world languages. Ballett Donaldson has been integral in developing a Spanish curriculum at Hawthorne Elementary School, including creating accessible resources, lessons, and assessments so that all the diverse learners in her classroom can be successful. She's a tireless advocate for her multilingual students and has worked with teachers who specialize in addressing dyslexia to ensure that her curriculum develops literacy and language skills for all students, even the students who need the most support. As the new 2025 SCOLT Regional Teacher of the Year, she now advances to the national level, where she will compete for the National World Languages Teacher of the Year Award in November, given by the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. So we want to wish Stephanie good luck as she tries to become the National World Languages Teacher of the Year.
Fabulous.
Mr. Trimble, if I may, and as a former world languages teacher, it is my understanding that ACTFL has never chosen a Teacher of the Year from the elementary level. So we're really rooting for Stephanie to be the first from Kentucky and in the nation.
So it's fascinating and just heartwarming. We see our teachers and students performing across the curriculum from PE and health, now world languages. So let's go to students and technology. Justin?
Yes, ma'am. Talk about a vibrant learning program within our schools. Students show off their skills at the 2025 Kentucky Student Technology Leadership Program State Championship. More than 20,000 people attended this STLP State Championship at Rupp Arena on April 23rd. Students, educators, district ed tech leaders, administrators, Kentucky Department of Education staff, and community members got to witness students from all over the state showcasing their technology projects. Run by KDE's Office of Education Technology, the STLP uses project-based learning, technology utilization, and digital content creation to empower student achievement. Education leaders, volunteers, and vendor partners help put on the annual championship event. The 2025 STLP State Championship featured more than 500 K-12 schools from 107 school districts. Students competed in over 20 live challenges in areas such as coding, robotics, and Cinemania, which is filmmaking competition where students create short videos within 48 hours. These competitions allow students to test creativity, problem solving, and technical skills. More than 600 project teams represented their year-long technology-based work built upon the Kentucky Academic Standards for Technology. Students were judged in more than 24 creative digital arts categories, including animation, photography, podcasting, video production, 3D design, augmented reality, and digital music. Champions will represent Kentucky as special presenters at the 2025 International Society for Technology and Education Conference in San Antonio, Texas, which is one of the world's largest egg tech gatherings. So a round of applause for all those involved.
I may add, Chair, if you have the opportunity to attend the STLP, it is one of the most amazing displays of vibrant learning, student learning that you can, and as a matter of fact, in 2024, and it may be the same for 2025 also, but it had more people in attendance than the boys' state championship.
Oh, wow.
In basketball the weekend before. So it is wall to wall. I got to fly drones this year, so it's a lot of fun. So I highly recommend it. It's amazing. It really is.
You know, we've been to that event, and I have to say, you will walk around like jaw-dropping all the time. It's like you see these students doing such amazing things with so much confidence. I mean, this is what we do.
Swagger.
And it is just really delightful. So I ditto that, and perhaps we can support, find a way to support folks who want to attend. If you haven't been around wall-to-wall students in a while, you might want to go into training. It is, I mean, because they're everywhere. They're in the hall, they're working here, you see them working on, it's beautiful, really a vibrant experience.
Well, you know, the thing that I love about this event and ones like it is the engagement level is so high that no matter where those students are, they're probably going to be working on that project. They don't have to be lorded over to make them do the thing. That engagement has been high with STLP for 20 plus years.
Yes.
And here's the results of, you know, what's happening as a result of that.
How cool. Well, what a blessing.
Vibrant learning.
We really celebrate. Our next good news item comes from Summit High School and Somerset High School and solar jumpers.
This too will be jaw-dropping.
All right.
Students at Somerset High School, Somerset Independent, have combined their skills and creativity to design and construct a solar car capable of competing in races. For these students, it's not just about the car or the competition, it's about learning, teamwork, and pushing the boundaries of what they thought was possible. The Solar Jumpers team is preparing to make a large impression on the judges at the Solar Car Challenge this year by prioritizing collaboration over competition. Students are focusing on attention to detail and sharing everything with one another when it comes to building the solar car. The Solar Car Challenge was established by Lehman Marks in 1993 to help motivate students in science and engineering and to increase alternative energy awareness. The challenge teaches high school students around the world how to build roadworthy solar cars. Any of you want to go? The Solar Car Challenge for 2025 will be held at the Texas Motor Speedway from July the 16th to the 23rd.
Road trip.
And I've gotta
Given
add to
that Motor Trend has opined that we're witnessing the death of the internal combustion engine, this is significant.
There we go.
This is where we're going to be going. And if you, these guys, I wish they were here where I could say a hackneyed phrase, cool beans, guys.
Boomer.
And again, to add to this, I was blessed to visit Somerset and actually see the national champion, world champion last year. But the thing that stood out most is they won so many sportsmanship awards. Later on in the year, went to Johnson County. They are also doing a solar car, and they talked about how much Somerset has helped them. So they have so many. Each day, they were recognized with sportsmanship of how they were helping other teams improve their cars. Now, this is not just high schools. These are programs that are being sponsored by national organizations, but yet a Kentucky high school won that competition, and we wish them the best again this year.
I see UK on there, Lee. Yep. It's like NASCAR.
You know, the great thing about that, Dr. Fletcher, is that goes across all curriculums. You know, they have the
Yeah.
architect kids doing something, the electricity kids, the welding kids, physics kids. I mean, they all work together with other disciplines. And talk about vibrant learning. I mean, it's unbelievable. I was with you when you went to Johnson County and saw that solar car. And talk about being proud of that car and the things that they're doing. And they can sure talk it up, can't they, about everything
Yes,
they're
they
doing?
can.
Sure can.
Somerset Community College is on there too.
Look, oh, sorry.
Okay.
KCTCS.
I love the way
Good
we all
catch,
want
good catch.
We
Gotta make
all
that
want to take
logo a
ownership.
little bigger.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
come on.
Dr. Thompson's drinking from a Murray State mug, so. Everybody this morning, so.
Wow. We do enjoy the good news. And for today's agenda, Julie, you will bring us some good news regarding professional learning community.
Yes, this is very exciting. So KDE's Kaleidoscope Community of Practice project designed to help improve education for students with disabilities. KDE Office of Special Education and Early Learning recently hosted the final session of their first year of the Kaleidoscope Community of Practice. About 50 special education teachers from 26 districts participated in the transformative professional learning class, which took place over 5 months. The Kaleidoscope Community of Practice aims to enhance outcomes for students with disabilities. It focuses on specially designed instruction in math, literacy, and behavior with a strong emphasis on learning and reflection for teachers. Specifically designed instruction involves adapting content and tailoring instructions to meet the unique needs of students with disabilities. The project creates change in special education by refining teacher practices through continuous reflection and improvement. The class included 2-hour virtual sessions each month from November to March and a 6-hour in-person session. A team of 4 content specialists from KDE taught each session: literacy specialist Lori Bean, math specialist Ann Simpson, behavior specialist Rebecca Turner, and a specially designed instruction specialist Shasta Hensley. They taught a framework to integrate planning, preparation, and implementation of specially designed instruction across grade levels. Participants left with a collection of resources, tools, and skills that will grow the capacity to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. Another Kaleidoscope Community of Practice is planned for 25-26 school year, and information about registration dates of the sessions will be posted on the Kentucky Teacher website.
Thank you so much. That is the Kaleidoscope launch, if you will. And teachers and communities of practice making it happen for us and for their kids. Board members, we are going to have a couple of agenda adjustments today. We want to give Dr. McCroby a chance to bring comments to us regarding his year of service in the role of our teacher member, but he's told us he has a hard stop to get students off and on their way for international travel. We also have to make time on our agenda to confirm the selection of our student member, and we will do that during our action item section, the next section. And as well, we need to round back and pick up an action regarding one of the regulation amendments that we addressed yesterday, but we didn't quite close the loop, so we will bring that to you during that section of the meeting as well. So, Dr. McCroby, we know that you're there. Would you like to address us at this time? Because we are certainly going to miss you, but wish you all the best in the work that you do with your students, which certainly extends beyond the school day, even beyond the school year.
And beyond the
It
nation.
does. And I appreciate the time to be spent here. And I hope that our time working together in collaboration isn't over with and that it's really just begun. Typical to how I do things is I don't always do things the standard way of reflecting on specific moments, but in general. But serving as the Kentucky teacher member on the Kentucky State Board of Education has been one of the most meaningful chapters of my professional life. As a current classroom teacher within the Commonwealth, it has been both uplifting and inspiring to witness firsthand the inner workings of educational policy making and advocacy. So often teachers see policy as something that just simply happens to us, but being part of the process has shown me that deep care, thought, and passion that our congressionally appointed board members bring to every decision. While not every Kentuckian may always align with or agree with every vision or vote, I can confidently say this: the dedication, sacrifice, and commitment of each of the board members, of their time, talent, and their treasures cannot be called into question. This fall marks my 23rd year in the field of education, and that may pale in comparison to some of my fellow board members, but those years have been filled with an incredible amount of opportunities and inevitable challenges. Still, I have always believed that every situation, no matter if it's good or it's bad, is ultimately a teachable moment. My path has always centered on education, with music education being my specialty and obviously my passion. While I did spend nearly 16 years outside of the Commonwealth of Kentucky in collegiate roles in our nation's capital, the students of this Commonwealth never left my heart. They are and have always been my why. In the fall of 2023, I returned to the classroom teaching here in Kentucky, finding a home at the storied Valley High School in Jefferson County. It has been a great joy to rejoin the front lines of many wonderful educators that this Commonwealth has. And in reflection, I have to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who helped shape my journey, from Alan Couch to Dr. Ann Porter to the late Will Kling and Janet Allen. Each of them have left an indelible mark on my educational path, and it lit the spark that became my life's work. My only hope is that I lived up to the very high standard that each of them set. The educators at the University of Louisville, Western Kentucky University, Campbellsville University, the University of the Cumberlands, and Eastern Kentucky University, all great schools. Thank you for your collective impact is seen throughout every corner of the Commonwealth, and I am proud to be an alumni of those organizations and those universities, and also to be a product of that very rich educational legacy. To Dr. Marty Polio, his leadership and guidance of JCPS has been nothing short than amazing, but his personal words of encouragement and support to me have been of great value. My school principal, Jenny Curran, I have to thank her for welcoming me into her school and providing me with a home to continue our efforts to provide a Viking education to the students of Jefferson County. She has given me a space to grow and be involved in the community and the time off to be able to join in my working with the students of the Commonwealth. Her support is not seen by everyone everywhere, but it matters deeply to me. My time on this board has been immensely insightful. The learning curve has been steep, but every agenda item, every policy review, and even the less joyful business has deepened my appreciation for how education is led and shaped. These experiences have reminded me that this work, just like the classroom work, is filled with both celebrations as well as complexity. And for that, I'm sincerely thankful. Education is in fact hard, and teaching is hard as well. And this past year has tested my strength more than any other year that I've had. My father's tragic accident that happened a year ago tomorrow, and his ultimate passing on Christmas Eve weighed heavily on me. Yet in the darkness of times, I found light in lessons that he taught me: to work hard, to lead with love and excellence, and to always leave a legacy. Although my dad has never got to see this part of my journey, I know that he would be proud of me. He gave me the tools for success, tools that I hope to pass on. My deepest hope is that through the work that I do, both in the classroom and advocacy and championship for education, can reach thousands of students across Kentucky. To my fellow board members, mentors, colleagues, and students, and the students are actually out in my room all watching the live broadcast, thank you. You all have all enhanced my journey and reignited my purpose. I still have very many years left in education, and I move forward stronger because of this very experience and because of you all as well. Let's continue to work together. Let's do this for the children of Kentucky.
Yay.
Thank you so much, Dr. McRobey. I have to say that the voice and perspective of the teacher members on this board has been enriching, both in terms of the guidance and sharing the passion. It's an inspiration to us, and we could not do without it. So please keep up with us as we will keep up with you. We wish you Godspeed on this particular venture and always in your work and in your life. Thanks for sharing some of that talent and passion with us.
Safe travels.
In the board sharing part of our agenda, I'm going to call on Dr. Justin Pate to bring us up to date on the work that he will be leading with the National Association of State Boards of Education.
Well,
Big job.
leading in tandem, it's a partnership. But yeah, we're still kind of scoping out how this is going to unfold as far as the cadence of meetings and that kind of thing. Glyptosan has done such a good job of kind of wrangling all this and keeping the chair abreast of deadlines and emails and such. But really and truly, I think a lot of this work is shaping up to help us as a Commonwealth and as an educational system understand and engage in a lot of the opportunities that we have through the work that is being done. And I think as we see programs like Ignite, and I had a chance to go to Seneca High School a few weeks ago, see what they're doing with academy models, and the student success rates gains that are happening at Seneca and like schools across our Commonwealth. We've got all these things going on, but there are still barriers to vibrant learning, and I think that's where this committee may engage most closely in some of the work. But it's a good chance for us to sit down, take a look at our policy structure. We've got the right people on this committee that can engage with legislative entities, school-based entities, the commission. it's a good opportunity for us. But we will be, begin, I think the first cadence of meeting with NASB occurs either later this month or early July. Is it later this month? And that will be largely just kind of the executive committee of this group meeting with NASB to keep them informed on progress and so forth. And then I think, are we scoping July or early fall for the first committee gathering?
I believe early August, or excuse me, August, early fall.
Early fall, yeah. We're being very cognizant of the Frankfurt schedule, because it does us no good to get this committee together if half the members can't be there.
Yeah.
So we're going to meet with NASB, then get that group together. And I'll stop there, because I think that's a pretty good nutshell version. I'll ask Lou or Robbie Gliptasan if there's anything else. I don't know, have we been together since we went to Indianapolis?
No, so they don't know about the
No,
convening
right,
of all
right,
5
right.
states. Yeah,
Okay, all 5 states convened in Indianapolis.
yeah, in April.
And we got some good information about, the purpose of what we're doing, how we're going to do it. We had a chance, Kentucky, all states presented. Preston was a member of a student panel. And I think the student panel in general blew the room
Yeah.
away, but everybody was impressed with Preston.
That's right.
And we just said, yeah, that's what
That's
we
just
do.
Preston.
That's what we do in Kentucky.
So it's not surprising to see that when you are going to talk about high school transformation, who do you need to listen to first?
Yep.
It's the
That's
folks
right,
in
that's
high
right.
school.
Well, and Commissioner Fletcher is doing a really good job of getting the student advisory group, together. We're keeping this out in front of superintendents and so forth. This committee is 11 members or something, 10 members, I can't remember. But, we're really going to do a good job. Randy has invited us out to do a meeting at up in northern Kentucky. We've got a school in Elizabethtown we can visit, JCPS, so I think as we host these meetings, if we can kind of get out into some of these schools that are doing the work that we're wanting to see, to help the committee see what is possible and start learning what are the barriers to better, more statewide implementation. This group, it's called transformation work. I think it's just a piece of the transformation work that is being done. This is not a radical changing kind of initiative for Kentucky. Now, it may be for another state, all right? So every state's got to kind of develop their own path. But when you look at the pieces that have already been underway for the past several years and some of the things that are going on, and Commissioner Fletcher mentioned it yesterday, but these things don't happen overnight. So I think this is really good timing for this NASB work to step in to help us maybe grease some of the wheels of this change. And so, Madam Chair, unless there are any questions, I think that's a decent update.
100% crushed it.
Any questions? I really just want to remind the board that we're talking about a NASB High School Transformation Initiative where Kentucky was invited to be one of the 5 states, I believe, that will be working on this initiative with NASB so that we can all learn together about how to do it and how to give it the momentum, the recognition, have the work that is being done become an engine for additional work. And when we were thinking about who needs to be on the team, it was amazing what that question provoked and the I guess the wisdom that these strategists like Justin and Dr. Fletcher, Dr. Young, I mean, it is like reaching into the policy world, the business world, the world of practice, but beginning with the world that the student will be preparing for. And it's forcing us to be thinking in terms of their future and not anchored so by our past.
Exactly, and I'm glad you mentioned that piece because the Kentucky Chamber right now is delving into data of the Kentucky workforce so that they can present us with a look at the landscape so we can make sure, we talk about college and career ready. Maybe that's a little too broad, maybe it's a little too separated because, is there a difference? But what landscape are we preparing them for in Kentucky? So we're going to get some of that data. And then, it's just a good chance to interject some new thoughts, opinions, and views into what we're doing so that we can keep moving this forward.
So, Dr. Fletcher, one of the things that interests me is the kind of immediate connection you made with Kentucky United We Learn.
If you look at the work of Kentucky United We Learn, we've talked all along about vibrant learning, innovation, and as it relates to accountability in particular, but also collaboration. So we're at a crucial point in our work with Kentucky United We Learn in the accountability phase. The next phase is, what does this look like in implementation? So it makes sense that we ask our Kentucky United We Learn, and we bring in also high school practitioners, we bring in principals, we bring in teachers to say, let's identify some of the great practices that are going on. That way people are aware. I think that's one of the big things that we need to get across is the awareness of the awesomeness, if you will, of what's going on in our high schools. But also too, how do we reduce barriers to make sure that that spreads throughout our Commonwealth, to give all kids those type of vibrant learning experiences. But now also those that have pushed the boundaries, are there maybe policies or maybe boundaries that need to be removed to let them take it a step farther? So in order to do that, let's bring in our high school practitioners, our principals, our building administrators to join in the Kentucky United We Learn to be a part of that as we move forward.
That's one of the most powerful things to me is talking to some of these superintendents. When you hear the phrase, "We found a way to do this thing that is working very well," you know, that's a really good indicator. Okay, maybe there is some work for us to do, so they don't have to find a way to do that great thing.
Right.
And I would throw in that you need to also convene the teachers there. In most of those situations, the ones that are successful versus the ones that's not, it goes back to Dr. Todd always saying it's a professional development that's done before they ever step foot in that particular classroom. Because they're from the Buck Institute or the other ones, those are the individuals that are making it happen. So the principals are finding a way to overcome course schedules and all that. Teachers are finding a way to make the vibrant learning experience in the classroom. So let's not leave them out of that conversation.
So
Great
I'm
point,
going to
Dr.
just pose one other question to Dr. Young. Because we had the EPSB with us yesterday, so I've been thinking about educator preparation, and I know that your most current work is with developing leaders, and I don't want to put this in any way pejorative, but to me it sounds like we're making some big shifts away from a academic discipline oriented, I would say, chain-bound approach to learning and what the outcome is that we want, to an orientation of what can you do with what you know, and do you know how to recognize a challenging question when you meet one, and how to address it.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And for me, the Archimedean lever is the portrait of a learner. And we've got 144 plus school districts already engaged in that work, defining for what the National Chamber of Commerce calls the durable skills that we want every high school leaver to possess as she exits across that stage with cap and gown. So really redefining in a broader, more robust way what we want every Preston Graham to know, to be able to do, and to be like when they leave us. And so I thought yesterday's EPSB conversation around what we should be talking in educator prep about is how we broaden those expectations from just content knowledge, just as pejorative, but from a dramatic emphasis on content knowledge to really rebalancing around the knowledge, the skills, and the dispositions that we want for every learner as they articulate from preschool through post-secondary. So I think it is about a bigger vision and a set of aspirations for kids that transcends kind of the disciplinary kind of industry model of P-12 education.
Wow.
And a really nice confluence and new direction for Kentucky United We Learn as we think about what does this look like on a day-to-day basis in classrooms across the Commonwealth.
Well, I think that adds to the thing is, it's about the learning design of the class, of the lesson these days. It's different than before. And this goes back to our conversation you were saying yesterday. We're not teaching that in our post-secondary institutions right now in relationship to deeper learning strategies. We're teaching strategies, but not necessarily deeper learning. And what also holds us back is, we've talked about this before, is our facility designs. For the future, our model standards have to change. They are not set up in any architect or any school that's building a new building right now in the design process has to get waiver after waiver after waiver. We've got to update our facility design. That's one thing that we can do to help out for the future. I know it's a lot of work for our facilities department, but they've got to update. I mean, they're back in, I think, 1980 standards. 1970 is the last time that our model standards have been updated. And so every time a person has to ask for some type of waiver.
Good point.
That's a very interesting point, another facet that maybe we can talk about at future, some future meetings. I mean, if we were building it today, what would it look like?
Right.
And that's always an interesting question. Maybe even we're at a strategic moment where it's an important question.
Well, the
So,
folks at Seneca brought that up too, that was another challenge is
Yeah.
spacing for some of the academy models.
Thank you so much for bringing some your news to the board. Other members care to offer observations and interests? Dr. Todd?
I had the pleasure of sitting in on some of the numeracy activities. PIMSR was given a chance to deal with administrators, and the hope was that they would get between 200 and 250 of those to sign up. These are principals and superintendents. They now have 271 that have signed up. They've had to turn some away. It's an application process to get in. So there were 200 of them in the room for 2 days in Lexington. These administrators will go through 4 two-day sessions over the year for 44 hours worth of education. Not only the new math and how they're teaching it, but also how do you support the teachers who are out there doing it. And it was just, you're talking about vibrant, it was a vibrant room to hear these administrators willing to take the time to go in and understand what this is all about. And one of the critical things is the importance of continuity in the training. If you want to get to fractions by the 4th grade, you better stick to your approach for the preceding grades and not just have it here, hit or miss. There's a strategy that you've got to do in order to truly educate the students on how to do math and not be afraid of it. So there'll be a session, I think it's even today in Bowling Green, they're having 70 of the administrators there. So it's off and running. So I appreciate Mickey Ray giving PIMSR a shot at doing some of this, because Kim's been dealing with administrators for a long time. So
Your
the
photo
Kansas
was all
people-
over Twitter last week.
Is that right?
PIMSR, Lee
Oh,
Todd.
good, there you go.
There you go.
It works. Thank you. Yeah. It's fun.
Thank you so much. Holly?
Yes, the good news, like, it's so nice to have our sign language interpreters here. In talking to them yesterday, one thing they mentioned that we could do better for them is to state our names more.
Okay.
I'm Holly Bloodworth. And to use less acronyms. Like, as Randy mentioned yesterday, we are talking to ourselves a lot of times when we're throwing around those letters. And so it would really be helpful to them for us to use the real words. And then the other thing is I wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Aaron Thompson. He was honored recently at Murray State as our Harry Sparks Distinguished Lecturer. That's probably why he's sporting
gave
his
him a
Murray
mug.
State mug. He got a really nice flame thing too. So, but he did a really great
don't give him
job, and
fire.
I feel very honored to know him. So.
Oh, yay.
Other board sharing?
Yeah, I have a couple. Julie Pyle, a board member, and myself, Randy Poe, we attended the Ignite World's Makers Fair, where there was over 2,000 to 3,000 attendees that came out to see the work that students do. In addition to that, as we teach the entrepreneurship part of that, they're actually selling their wares, some of the things that they made while they're there and being entrepreneurs. So, and then students have things, the robotic tours and all the different things, so that was great. And the second, we had their Northern Kentucky Education Council celebration, award celebration. Our keynote speaker was Dr. Fletcher, who did a fantastic job. Everybody loved him and the remarks that he made and where we're going in education. And because it really highlights a lot of the things that we're talking about here, the vibrant learning experiences and so forth. So lots of teacher Golden Apple Awards were given. Academic All-Star Awards were given. The students that we talk about, the great work that they're doing in all different areas of CTE and in the classrooms, and over 30-some scholarships in the medical field that were awarded that particular night. So thank you, Dr. Fletcher, for coming up and being our keynote, and just a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the great things that we are doing here.
Thank you so much. This, and you have one?
I do. I had the honor of representing this board at the graduation of the Kentucky School for the Blind, KSB, on May 21st. I think I've been able to attend their graduation every year since serving on the board, and it is always a highlight of the spring for me. We had 5 School for the Blind graduates with really, really interesting backgrounds. A couple who had been at the school for 13 years, our residential state School for the Blind in Louisville, and their principal, Peggy Sinclair Morris, is always pleased to include us as part of that ceremony, commencement ceremony. And just to remind folks that we are the sitting Board of Education for the Kentucky School for the Blind and the Kentucky School for the Deaf. So I'll invite you next year, if I can get you on calendars early enough, to join me for that event. It is really honestly a celebration of the work that we do on behalf of the children that we serve there in Louisville. And this is the second year we've held it in their renovated auditorium with air conditioning, and makes for a much nicer May graduation. And you could tell how much the staff and family appreciate having that facility there on campus. And I was not able to go to School for the Deaf this year. First time I've missed that. I had a conflict at work, but I know Dr. Fletcher was there to represent us as well at KSD. I think it was on the 22nd, so the next day. But congratulations to the 2025 graduates of the Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf.
Fabulous. Thank you, Lou. Thanks for being there. Dr. Todd?
In that double dip, I had the pleasure of speaking at the commencement exercises for the Paducah, actually it's the UK Paducah Engineering program down in Paducah the other night. And they have had that program now in place where they actually have 4-year degrees offered in Paducah. Some of their faculty are fellows in their disciplines. They're actually training some PhD students down there now too. So it's not just somebody standing and giving a bunch of lectures. But the statistics are that out of 25 years, they've had 543 graduates for that program. 70% of them are still working in the Paducah area. And that means those kids and their families are still Kentuckians. And every one of the chemical engineering graduates had a job offer in place for a year. And we're told basically, come out of the plant anytime you want to while you're finishing up work. But when you finish work, come on full time. So it's really quite I'm sure the Secretary knows about that whole process too.
Amazing.
Very, very nice program.
Amazing. Thanks for sharing that, reminding us that, we invest in our own, it'll pay off. We're also on this board fortunate to have the collaboration and active participation of 2 additional agencies, certainly the Department of Labor and Human Development and the Council on Post-Secondary Education. So, Dr. Thompson, we'll call on you now to go from speech making to just talking to your colleagues and sharing the things that interest you. We are a little behind on our schedule, but you always inspire us, so we need the energy. Bring it on, Dr. Thompson.
Well, that sounds like, Madam Chair, you're telling me to hurry up.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, good to see everybody. Thank you, Holly, for calling out that. I appreciate seeing you. It was great being there, packed house. Speaking of graduation, I had a chance to do 2 this year. I do some every December and May. This year, I got a chance to go to Pippa-Passus and really see all these folk in Eastern Kentucky who are at that work college. Most first-generation students graduating, really seeing that truly hit me where I am, as you all know, being from Eastern Kentucky and first generation. So that was great. And then I had a chance to be the graduation speaker of the first accredited class of the Kentucky College of Art and Design in Louisville. So in the last many months, been traveling all around. Since the legislature has ended, there's a few things that happen with higher ed. Most of them. I won't go in great detail on those, but a couple of things that happened that could go to serve the state. Our comprehensives now are allowed, based on my approval, our approval, a chance to offer PhDs. They have to be in the top quintile of SREB schools and the top quartile nationally in order to be able to do that. Top quintile and top quartile based on student success, right? Graduation rates and all those other things. Happy, and also possibly a DO school and a DVM school. We also are happy to report that we were once again top in enrollment in the nation enrollment gains. We are now at 56.2% educational attainment toward the 60%. So all like good news at the top of higher education's ladder in that particular area. Happy to report we're starting now this summer to start incorporating. We sent out grants to several of our institutions to incorporate the graduate profile into general education. So general education will start, we're starting to design the entirety around these employability skills, as someone called, the chamber calls them durable skills, call them whatever you want to call them. But incorporating them into the fabric is exactly where we want to go. So pedagogy as well as the curriculum is our key here in order to make sure that all students coming through our post-secondary schools will have that kind of knowledge with them. A few other things that I'm happy to report that connects to our K-12 brothers and sisters. We gave out 6 $10,000 awards to, I'll name them all quickly, Adair County Schools, Christian County Schools, Hart County Schools. I can't even read, isn't that a shame? McCracken County, Paducah Innovation Hub. That would allow them to have these mini grants to really pursue, and this came from our Kentucky Advising Academy, to really allow them to push hard post-secondary readiness. And we're happy that we were able to give those out. We were also one of 6 states to be a part of the State Higher Education Executive Officers Group that ECMC supported around expanding these basic needs that we have. Kentucky, we're proud to say, working with our Cabinet of Health and Human Services, we have basic need connectors on all of our community college campuses, and we'll soon have it on most, if not all, of our 4-year campuses. That's really connecting students with what they need, whether they're eligible for SNAP benefits or whatever the case may be, to be able to finish out their post-secondary career. We also were awarded $488,000, the opioid grants, to look at and work with those that have this disorder, we call it. This grant starts July 1st, and we're pushing it hard that we have more of our post-secondary institutions engaged in hubs that would allow students to come in who may be trapped by this disease to look for better ways to get out of it, as well as move on to a credential that matters. You probably know that in the president's budget, Gear Up and TRIO, which are big high school connectors to post-secondary, have been X'd out. It's passed by the House. We're now hopefully working with the Senate to show them the richness of Gear Up. We have tons of data, richness of TRIO. We're hoping that that doesn't happen. But in the meantime, we had our annual Gear Up Institute that really had parents, teachers, principals, post-secondary folk there celebrating some of the achievements that we had. And it's amazing when you see these young people that never thought that they could even, in some cases, finish college, going to college and getting scholarships and doing the things that they need to do that really helps out our workforce and our economy. We also started this big I'm In campaign where you've probably seen on YouTube and other social media, where we have students who are getting their acceptance letters to college, and they're just happy and they're screaming out that they're in. And that to me was the happiest item that probably I've done this past year, is going to a senior day at one of the high schools, speaking to all the seniors, and seeing at this particular high school that I graduated from a long time ago, where there were, what, 12 or 14 of us out of 250 people going to college. And out of this class of 170 something, there were probably at least close to 100 going to college. That was really, that made me happy just to see that, and seeing these young people come up and sign to all these different institutions where they are going. You know about Futurity already. You've heard a lot about it. We're adding more stuff to it all the time. If you haven't had a chance to see it, we'd love to show it to you. It's really, I mean, it's that one-stop shop, I call it, that would allow anybody to see every possible major, how it connects, how much it pays, all pieces that you can imagine. But we've added our aviation piece to it now, our aerospace and aviation piece. As you all know, they passed the Aero Act, Senate Bill 127 last year. And so now we have that as a part of this, and it's going to keep growing. So if you haven't had a chance to see it, I would invite you to see it. One last piece, and I see, Madam Chair, I'm making it really fast. One last piece I would say is that we are, with our dual credit, we're working heavier. As you all have seen the numbers, we were up significantly again this year, but we're working heavy to connect our dual credits with the pipeline into a particular major. Well, Justin, if it's at Elizabeth Community College or whether it's at one of our four-year institutions, you know, the idea that if they could see early enough that the courses that they're taking is truly aligned with the kind of outcomes they want, then we have a greater chance of actually having these students move in and truly be at a point whereby they can see themselves while they're in high school moving toward the career that they want. You probably have seen our debt reduction. I'm proud of this. We now have, of all the students graduating from college, only 2 out of 5 will incur any debt. And of those 2, the debt has been reduced by 34%. Kentucky is going in the other way by relative comparisons to the other states, and we're proud of that. We're back now at a 4-year degree. I'm happy to announce that again. A 4.1, I think, is where we're at. So as a whole, Madam Chair and Board, you know, that's my report. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So, Dr. Thompson, I really commend you for helping us connect to our boldest aspirations and commit to seeing those aspirations fulfilled. I mean, the notion of the debt reduction among our students, the increased enrollment dimension that we're seeing, the greater persistence and graduation rates that we are seeing, it's inspiring, and it will be a very important legacy that we're building for the well-being of the Commonwealth. So thank you. Any questions for Dr. Thompson?
I'd like to make a comment. I appreciate the post-secondary and secondary schools working together on the dual credit initiatives. So just personally as a parent, my daughter just graduated from University of Kentucky in 3 years, which is helping to bring that average down, but immediately going into a master's program. My son is in the same situation, graduated from high school with over 30 credit hours. He'll be able to graduate in 3 years also from college and also pursue his master's. So it's not that the dual credit is giving the kids the confidence to be able to go to college and to be able to complete it, and then also do additional opportunities going on for their additional advanced degrees or doing study abroads. And so being able to just move that initiative forward with the dual credits and the power that it's unleashing for our kids is just incredible.
Thank you for sharing that, Julie. I mean, there's a practical dimension to all of this that that will actually benefit the whole community, the whole state. Any further observation? Thank you so much, Dr. Thompson, for joining us today. It was great to have Dr. Ellis with us yesterday, and as we look at our work with EPSB and how that connects to higher education. So,
Madam Chair, I do
yes.
have to ask, though, Dr. Thompson, do you intentionally coordinate your outfit and your background? Because that's a great look.
You know, Justin, I'm looking for every way possible to look young and gorgeous again.
Man, I'm telling you, you're always sharp, and this is just next level. I'm taking notes, Dr. Thompson.
Duly noted, sartorial excellence is Thank you again for being with us. Secretary Link, we'd like to hear your report now.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you. Jamie Link, I'm with the Kentucky Education and Labor Cabinet. And Holly, thank you for pointing out the Kentucky Commission on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing is also attached to our cabinet, and they do extraordinary work. So thank you for highlighting that. Very quickly, I know time is of the essence. With our cabinet, with state government, certainly disaster recovery is ongoing across the Commonwealth and lately here in Pulaski and Russell and Laurel counties, and also in Washington County most recently. I think the governor has now had 14 federally declared natural disasters, and Washington County may be the 15th. We'll see about that. We're also, like the department and other state agencies, we're dealing with great uncertainty at the federal government level, policy and funding, so we're keeping a close eye on that and the impacts on our planning for the future. Makes that a little more of a challenge. Regrettably, we learned late last week that the Job Corps centers, the contractor-run Job Corps centers in Kentucky are being closed effective the end of the month. And that affects Eastern Kentucky and far west Kentucky. The Earl Clements Center in Union County in Morganfield, I believe, is the second largest Job Corps center in the country. 300 staff and 600 students. And we're also getting students from other Job Corps centers across the country that are being sent back to Kentucky because that's their last home of record. And then we have students that have no home of record that we're trying to assist. So that's disappointing and a great challenge, but we're working with the Cabinet for Health and Family Services and other partners to address that as best we can. One neat little thing we're doing, I believe, is in second chance employment. We are working with the Department of Corrections and just recently cobbled together some funding to purchase and established reading rooms in some of the institutions where prisoners, when their families visit, we're purchasing books and other things that the prisoners can read books with their children. And that helps not only the child, but it also helps that prisoner on their way towards transition. So a lot of good work in that area. And then the pièce de résistance, I'll say, the governor announced yesterday an initiative for pre-K for all in Kentucky, that all Kentucky 4-year-olds will have access to pre-K services. I'm pleased that Dr. Thompson, Dr. Fletcher are both serving on the committee, along with business leaders, government leaders, former teachers and citizens, to talk about not only the educational benefits of pre-kindergarten and early childhood learning, but also certainly from our perspective, the positive impact on workforce and the barriers that childcare creates for people trying to get back into the workforce, particularly women. That this could have a significant impact on Kentucky's in so many different ways, I believe. And in my mind, it's win-win-win across the board. And it's one of those things, as we talk about funding, personally, I believe it's something we can't afford not to do. several other states, blue and red, R&D, have very successful programs. And I think right now about 79 counties out of Kentucky's 120 counties have very little, if any, childcare availability for them. And the statistics on the investment in pre-K, for every dollar spent, there's a $10 return or more, depending upon the situation. So I think the time is now, and we're going to be working on this over the next several months with expertise like Dr. Fletcher and Dr. Thompson and all the other people that are participating and supporting this effort with the goal of having legislation ready to go come 2026. And I'd also mention the partnership with the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce because they recognize not only the educational but also the economic impacts of pre-K. So that's the highlight of my update. And I do also want to thank the chair and the board for allowing us to have a presentation later this morning on the Everybody Counts program. And I think Chris Sanders will be here to present to the board. I will warn you, the energy is infectious.
Yeah.
You may want to take a tranquilizer before he starts. And I think he's working with Justin and others on the transitional program with
Transformation.
yes, transformation program. So that is my update. I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Wow, that's amazing.
Lot going on.
Questions? We're ready for, I think we're always ready for that jolt of energy and passion that we know is out there on behalf of the citizens and students of the state. I think it's kind of noteworthy that the Secretary of Education and Labor is leading us in the notion of universal pre-K, because I really think that we want to send the message that this is not just about childcare, this is not just about education, this is about economic development in every community and every home in our Commonwealth.
Absolutely.
I mean, I just really think we've got to get out of this kind of thinking in silos and understand the importance of this connection. This is an investment that we can't afford to not make.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I appreciate that. Dr. Fletcher, we've come to your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, the collaboration that we're looking forward to with the Universal Pre-K, which aligns with our additional budget request as a board that we've been talking about too. So there's a lot of things that are aligning, stars are aligning to move forward with this. But also too, as far as an update from KDE, as mentioned yesterday, we did our presentation to the Interim Joint Committee on Education on the accountability model. It was refreshing and engaging. I enjoyed that time because you also had legislators that were talking about examples that they were seeing as a part of this movement, and it's also a testimony of what we're seeing in our classrooms. This is not something that is being legislated and forced upon districts. These are districts that are bringing forth these vibrant learning opportunities and pushing forward with an accountability model that I think that is just, this is magical, it is a crucial time for us. I think that we have so much going in order to make a difference in what every single child's learning experience as we move forward. So again, I do want to take another opportunity to thank Dr. Jennifer Stafford for being at the table with us. Also to our two superintendents. I mentioned them yesterday, Dr. Brian Kreisman from Fleming County, and also Dr. Jesse Bacon from Bullock County, to see their enthusiasm for the work that's going on in their community. And a quote from Jesse Bacon was this, when they started working in their local accountability work, he said, "This has been a game changer for my community." He says that it is restoring the faith in public education in Bullock County. So when you look at those type of comments, I'll share another one from Carrie Ballinger in Rockcastle. She said, even if this is not part of the accountability model moving forward, it will be a part of the work in Rockcastle County. And there's so many stories just like that. So again, my apologies. My name is Robbie Fletcher. I am Commissioner of Education. Now, also, too, the other thing I want to mention, too, that we weren't the only people at the Interim Joint Committee of Education that was testifying from KDE. I also want to take an opportunity we were invited to talk about educational leadership training opportunities in Kentucky, too. Chief Academic Officer Mickey Marinelli and also Dr. Foster were invited to present. Our Chief Academic Officer was wrangling with Chair Tipton at a numeracy at a numeracy conference in Washington, D.C., so she was unable to attend. So Dr. Foster talked about the different leadership opportunities that we have, trainings that we do at KDE, but also from the Office of Special Education Early Learning, Greta Hilton was there to talk about special education. Also Dr. Beth Hargis from the Office of Career Technical Education, and also Dr. Meredith Brewer was a part of that work within our Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness. And of course, Dr. Foster is from our Office of Continuous Improvement and Supports. And she also presented the opportunities we have within the Office of Teaching and Learning with Mickey Ray Marinelli. So again, thankful for our people here that's reaching out, that is being a part of that work with our legislators and answering the call when they want us to be there. Also, if we have the next slide, please. There is a young lady in the room that we'd like to take just an opportunity to talk a little bit about. In the Office of Assessment Accountability, Rhonda Sims has been an instrumental part of the work. And as she has announced, she will retire on July 1 after 31 years here at KDE. Sims did have a superintendent that texted me and she said, I feel the overwhelming urge to send a box of number 2 pencils to Rhonda in her retirement.
Unsharpened.
Unsharpened. But a little information here. Rhonda joined Team KDE in August 1994 and has served every Commissioner of Education since the Kentucky Educational Reform Act of 1990. I did ask her to rank those in order, but we'll keep that private. Because where I ranked, we'll keep it private. She has received awards for her significant contributions to the quality of public education in Kentucky, including the Kentucky Association of School Administrators William T. Nalia Education Leadership Award in 2010, and also the Kevin M. Noland Award for Outstanding Public Service to Kentucky Schools in 2014. Her decades of experience in Kentucky's assessment accountability systems and reporting will be sorely missed. And she is a slow learner. I was on on several accountability meetings or teams along with Dr. Poe, and she kept asking us to come back. So so it was an honor to work with her, and the expertise and the calmness that she presents in each meeting. You could always guarantee that Rhonda would listen. She would assess the situation and give the best advice possible, not only to help a district, but for kids. And so we really appreciate that so much. Also, too, I am also happy to say, well, let's stop there.
Yeah.
Rhonda, would you like to say anything, please?
I would just say I would keep watching and celebrating all this good work and leadership. And I'm going to say I had a number 1 sign to hold back here for number 1. I'm going to bring it to the next time we're together.
Well, I printed off a fat head, too, for her to bring, but but no, again, Ron, first of all, thank you as a former superintendent, for listening, for being a part of just saying, okay, we want to know what's going on, to be at our co-op meetings, to be there for each and every time. So as a former superintendent, as an educator, I want to say thank you. As a parent, thank you. So again, we want to congratulate Rhonda on her retirement.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I could interrupt Dr. Fletcher for just a minute. I just have to say on a personal note publicly that everything I've ever known about assessment and accountability, I learned from Ken Drought and Rhonda Sims. So that is their investment in me over time and their willingness to answer every single phone call Maybe she rolled her eyes when caller ID said Lou Young, Jessamine County. I don't know, but her patience, one of the members of the General Assembly at Interim Joint a couple of days ago made the comment that Rhonda Sims tells you what you need to know, not what you want to hear. And that level of integrity and leadership is really unparalleled. And I can say a hearty amen to that too, because there were a lot of times I wish she would have just told me what I wanted to hear, but it wasn't the case. So pardon the interruption.
And I'll have one more comment. I was asked back in 2009 or 10, did I ever have a desire to go to the Kentucky Department of Education? I said, absolutely not. I said, I did not want to, but if I were to, I'd like to grow up to be Rhonda Sims. So I remember that comment specifically. So, but also, too, I will take an opportunity to say we are happy to announce that her partner in crime, as I will call it, Dr. Jennifer Stafford, will assume the role on July 1 as the Associate Commissioner. So congratulations to Dr. Stafford. Also, too, as we celebrate some great work here as we move forward, we also want to talk a little bit about the federal funding updates. And as we know, the Kentucky Department of Education received a letter from the U.S. Secretary of Education on March 28th stating that all federal funds related to COVID relief was amended to end on March 28th of this year. It was supposed to extend to March 28th, 2026. As a matter of fact, that was one of the big celebrations we had early on. We wrote a letter, I think, in August, and we found out in September we were going to get extended for $131 million to spend that additional funding. A majority of that funding was spent. There was still around $55 million left over when we received this letter. But again, this relief funding also denied $10.6 million so far. So we've gone through the process of applying again, if you will, and a majority of what we've asked for has been denied. I think the only two that we haven't heard from, I'm sorry, there's three, that we haven't heard from at the district level has been from Carter County, Laurel County, and Owsley County were the three that we haven't heard back. The others, when we've reapplied, I'll say reapplied, have been denied, with the exception of some from Boone County. So we did have some that were direct services to students. So from what I'm learning from other chiefs and what I've talked to in a lot of meetings with CCSSO, if it's not a direct tutoring service to a student, more than likely it's going to be denied. For example, letters training. We've talked about our training for teachers for the science of reading. In other states, that's been denied, even though it was approved once before. Another interesting piece of information I'll share with this group, Connecticut was approved for an extension in February of this year, and then turned around in March, and then they received word that it would not be extended. So this is the same administration, yes, and then no to follow a month later. So I wanted to put that out there so that you know. Now, as far as there's also projects from the state level, we haven't heard on a single project from the state level of what's been approved or denied. But as far as the district level, we've had several denials, and we have reapplied. There's another appeal process where it goes directly to the Department of Education Secretary McMahon, and she has the final say on that last appeal. So we've gone through that process to try to exhaust every avenue that we've been given to see what we can do about helping to get those funds. So, we have several districts that have entered contracts. We've had at least one district that has already taken ownership of a bus and has another bus on the way. I'll give you another example. Letcher County, who we know is one of the districts that was affected by flooding, and again, this is a stabilization. This was a stabilization grant, and they were purchasing several buses, I don't have the exact number, to replace the ones that they lost in the flood of a couple of years ago. So again, those are just typical projects that you're seeing are being denied. Next, also, as we go through, we'll push this through and see what our next steps are. We're working with CCSO. We're working with other groups. Also, I'd like to applaud the efforts of our General Counsel, Todd Allen. He has been on national networks, even some personal networks, to see what are some of our options moving forward. But right now, we're going through the process to reapply to see what will be granted and what will not, and then we'll take next steps after that. But also, too, I do have some great news from our state schools and area technology centers. Lou did steal a little bit of thunder from earlier, but that's quite all right. I'll be happy to reiterate some of that. We do want to congratulate our students from Kentucky School for the Deaf and Kentucky School for the Blind.
It's worth saying it twice.
It is worth saying it twice. And I also want to take just one moment to applaud our principal, Petrie. Dr. Petrie has been learning sign language so that he can communicate better with his students. He gave his speech in sign language. I never seen anyone so nervous before. He was practicing before. The love and the care that he has for his students. And also Sinclair Lewis, our principal at KSB, they have a true love for our students, and it's great to see that. And so do our staff members too. So again, we want to congratulate each graduate on what they've done. We had, I think the number was, I think we had 5 at the Kentucky School for the Blind, and we had 8 at the Kentucky School for the Deaf to graduate this year. So congratulations to those students. Also in early April, elementary students at the Kentucky School for the Blind took part in a roundtable with Principal Peggy, discussing how to be a good leader, and took turns being principal. I also want to recognize KSB forensics team. This is amazing, as took 4th place at the North Central Association of Schools for the Blind's Championship. This is the first time KSB's forensic team brought a trophy home since 2008. Also in the photo, we have the Kentucky School for the Deaf's prom. During KSD's open weekend, several high school students stayed on campus for prom and visited with the local farmers market. So congratulations to our students. And of course, at the end, we want to talk about our area technology centers. Again, vibrant learning in the middle of our career technical programs. The picture at the Rockcastle ATC is a reverse career fair with Rockcastle High School. After a traditional career fair, the partners toured student booths where each student displayed their portrait of a rocket, and along with displays that represent highlights of their high school career. Also, the Greenup County ATC sponsored the Meals of Hope project, raising $6,000 to purchase food and materials. They packaged 19,000 meals in about 2 hours with the assistance from the Greenup County community. Talking about relevant, talking about making an impact. The Belfry Area Technology Center, also in Pike County, undertakes the ambitious project of completing a tiny house each year. If you haven't had the opportunity to see one of these tiny houses, it's amazing. And it's a competition each year of how can we do better next year. And to see the innovations from year to year, like, for example, solar panels being added to some of these as a change in design. So again, even though there was numerous weather-related closures due to snow and historic flooding in the Belfry area, it was amazing. Students showcased their skills and resilience while completing this project. So we're so proud of them. And then finally, the Ohio County Area Technology Center Carpentry Program partnered with the Ohio County Public Library and the Ohio County Food Bank to install a little free library at the local food bank. So again, very thankful for the work at our ATCs. So at this time, Chair Robinson, this is concludes my remarks, and I'll turn it back to you.
Well, there is certainly no shortage of challenges, and we are fortunate that there is no shortage of things to celebrate. Comments or questions for the Commissioner? Thank you so much, Dr. Fletcher. This has been an informative time. So let's go now to our action and discussion items, if you will. The first item on that agenda is the appointment of an at-large member of Kentucky High School Athletic Association Board of Control. I'd ask our General Counsel, Todd Allen, and Associate Commissioner and KHSAA designee David Couch to come to the table, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an annual item that comes before the board. As you all may recall, the Kentucky Board of Education designates the Kentucky High School Athletics Association, KHSAA, as its agent to manage middle and high school interscholastic athletics. Part of that designation requires that the KHSAA Board of Control have 4 members on it appointed by this board. They are 4-year staggered terms, so we do this once a year for each of the seats that become vacant. And board members, the KHSAA Board of Control members, are eligible for 2 consecutive terms. So David and I worked together to call for applications for the seat that is becoming vacant on July 1st. We did that back in February and received 4 really good applicants from across the Commonwealth, and reviewed those and worked with Commissioner Fletcher on a recommendation to this board. The recommendation to this board is to reappoint Dr. Gavin Washington. He currently serves on the Board of Control for KHSAA, but is eligible for reappointment. In reviewing all of the applications, like we said, there were many good ones, but Dr. Gavin Washington really rose to the top. There's information on Dr. Washington in the staff note. He is currently an assistant professor at Midway University, teaching undergraduate and graduate courses in sports management, sports marketing, exercise science, coaching, and sports leadership. So ideal for this type of role. Pause and see if David has anything you'd like to add.
No, he's been an outstanding representative of our organization. It was, as Todd mentioned, it was a pretty tight. We had some good applicants in there, but Gavin's done an outstanding job representing our state and the Department of Education.
Fabulous. Well, it's good to know it was. We have choices, but we also have one who has served and willing to continue. So I'm going to ask the board, do you have any further questions? Then I would ask the board for a motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Gavin Washington to the Kentucky High School Athletic Association Board of Control for the term July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2029. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Randy. I then will call the question. All in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Todd.
I'd just say the girls softball state championship and the boys baseball state championship starts today through Saturday, and then it goes next week. So if you have some time to check out one of those, it's an outstanding run event. And there's a couple of teams in there of interest to me, so I'll be there, and I know you'll be there too. So my wife's team is in it, and my high school's in it too, so it's kind of fun. And one of our players, or one of our staff members, his son plays. He plays for Boyd County, so it's going to be fun to be there.
And we won't talk about how David's team got in.
I sense a keen interest here among several around the table. And I have to say that one of the, I got slightly annoyed because the Courier-Journal reports on all of this stuff really, really intently. And I get these notifications about which teams are advancing and how the tournament's going. So I finally just gave in and just clicked on it so that I could understand baseball is quite high interest in the state. So
in the regional championship game, just so you know, Lawrence County played Johnson Central.
He's talking about it.
Yes.
I know.
But the cool thing is, his son, Eli, is a very good player and he became first team All-State yesterday, if you're not aware of that. So Johnson Central smartly walked him every time. Even with players on base, they walked him so he couldn't hit. So it took that to win. So congratulations to Eli as well.
absolutely.
He would have traded it for the win.
Yeah.
But again, I will say the Johnson County program is a class act. They've always been, there's a level of professionalism between not only Johnson and Lawrence, but so many teams. Pikeville was another one that there's strong competition on the field, but when those coaches walk out and the teams, I've watched boys get together and talk about baseball from different teams. That didn't happen when I was in school, but they're so connected. So again, congratulations, Johnson Central. We wish them the best.
Thanks.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Our next item concerns report that we are to receive annually regarding the in-service training for local board members. Todd Allen and Deborah Webb will bring that item forward. Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Once again, dealing with a situation where the board designates some authority to another. In this situation, the board names the Kentucky School Boards Association, or KSBA, to manage the training, the in-service training of local school board members. So annually, KSBA comes to us and reports on the training that has been received by all of the school board members throughout the state, as well as any members who may be deficient in their training. So I will turn it over to Deborah Webb from KSBA here in just a moment, but essentially what you're going to hear about is first the training that KSBA has offered to its members throughout the year. You'll also hear about some members who were appointed mid-year. They did not serve a full year in their board seat locally, and they need a little bit of flexibility granted to them to complete their number of hours. This board's regulation allows for that to occur. And then finally, the list of board members who actually did serve a full year but did not meet their training requirements as required by statute. And for those, we will ask that you give us authority to communicate with them, give them a final deadline to complete that training, and if not, then their name is forwarded to the Attorney General's office for action to potentially remove them from their local board seat. I'll turn it over to Deborah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deborah Webb, and I am the Director of Board Team Development at the Kentucky School Boards Association. I'm here to report, as Todd said, on service hour training for Kentucky's 857 school board members. It can be quite a challenge to fulfill professional development obligations when you are in a service position but have a day job, a spouse, children, grandchildren, and countless others who are relying on you for so many other things. This is why we are so very proud of the men and women who serve on the 171 district school boards in the state. These are people who have hobbies, responsibilities, and, well, just normal life going on, in addition to volunteering to serve their districts in school board service. School board service is often a thankless job for which the members do not receive compensation. The testimony here for our members is their dedication to their districts and to the children of the state of Kentucky. We think they're pretty special, and we take our job of representing them and of ensuring that they are prepared to lead and serve the people in their district very seriously. In 2024, 10,565.25 hours were earned by our members in professional development training. 2,964.75 hours of that 10,565 were above the minimum mandated by the state. 699 members earned hours above that minimum. So that's a pretty good testament to our state school board members. On the other side of that, however, we had 113 members who fell below their minimum state mandated requirements for a total of 158.5 hours. 17 of those were, as Todd said, appointed between March 1st of 2024 and December 31st. And we are asking for an extension for those people to finish their training hours. 68 of that 113 did not return to service as of January 1st, 2025. In the report, we have included our training plan for 2026. We've made some significant investments in our training portal for programming after new training requirements went into effect in July of 2024. Some of the topical requirements for members were relaxed, allowing KSBA to expand our training opportunities to members, giving them more flexibility to pursue sessions in technology, conflict resolution, leadership, social media threats to our children, team building, and even some hands-on workshop training in budget preparation and understanding of financial statements. We are currently working to launch a campaign stressing how important professional development is to school board members and the benefits this has to the constituents that they serve. And does anyone have any questions?
I will just point you all to the materials that are in the portal. So on page 10, that's attachment D1. That's the list of the individuals that Deborah discussed that were appointed mid-year and we're requesting an extension for them to finish their training. Beginning at page 11 through 14, that's attachment D2, are the list of individuals who did not complete their training, but they did serve a full year. You'll note that members with 2 asterisks beside their name did not return to school board service on January 1, 2025, as Deborah indicated. And on each of those attachments, it indicates the action that we're requesting from the board.
Questions? We really thank you for your very diligent service in this regard. This has been important, and appreciate the work. We are obliged to approve the 2024 report, the 2024 exceptions, and 2026 plan as required by 702 KAR 1116, annual in-service training of district board members. I'd like a motion from the board to approve this report.
So moved.
Thank you, Julie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Holly. I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving this report, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Thanks so much for this update report.
And just a clarification, it's the report, the exceptions, and the plan included in the motion.
Thank you. Our next item concerns the Estill County Board of Education request to exceed the 10% limitation. As is always the case in matters of this nature, we'll hear from Matt Ross, Jay Ritter, and team.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Matt Ross. I'm the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Finance and Operations.
I'm Charlie Brock. I'm the Superintendent of Estill County Schools.
Jay Ritter, Director at the Division of District Support.
So I'll try to set the scene. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder because we're blessed today to have Superintendent Brock and the infamous Jay Ritter with us. So what we're doing here is when a construction project site, when the required site prep on that site exceeds 10% of the total overall project, it requires authorization by the board. So in this case, Estill County owns a piece of property, and getting that piece of property ready to replace a middle school is going to cost them more than 10% of the overall total project cost. I think it's about 27%. I'll let them get into the specifics of why that exceeds the 10%. But you may remember, I don't know how long ago it was.
Not this past December, but the one before.
So for anybody who was on the board back then, Estill County was here before you, and they showed some pictures of their middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And that middle school had been impacted by pyritic shell and caused cracking, heaving, doors not to open, all kinds of problems. It was really becoming a safety issue. So they're now ready to replace that middle school. And I'll let you all talk about the specifics since it's your project. So
Sure. I just want to add real quickly, they already own the property. There is, from what I could see on satellite, it's heavily forest. There's, I believe, a mountain basically, and there's still pyritic shell. This is common in Estill. Madison County's had to deal with that as well. And to be clear, construction now knows how to deal with that much better than they did back when they built the middle school. We've talked to several construction managers and others, and even Madison County about that situation. So
Yep.
Go ahead.
Either fortunately or unfortunately, our middle school was one of the buildings that put pyritic shell on the map in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, there's been studies done about it, but I'm here today to ask for you all to approve this. We do own the land. We have looked at other sites. Unfortunately, according to our geotechnical engineer, we deal with one or two things when we're looking at a site in Estill County. We're either going to have a site that has pyritic shell and we have to deal with it, or we're going to be in a floodplain. Between the two, I would rather deal with a pyritic shell, especially now since they know how to mitigate the risks and actually reduce them quite drastically. One of the reasons that the cost is elevated is not just because it's a mountain site that we are trying to move, but also to take precautions to make sure the same thing does not happen with the new building that is currently going on in our middle school. It requires some special things happen during the site preparation and then also early on in construction. So that's kind of why the price is a little bit more, not just because of what's being moved, but also to try to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Basically, it reacts to air and water, and so when they uncover it, they need to seal it with a mud mat, and then they'll come and put a 4-foot clay cap on top of it to seal it completely off so that there's no oxygen or water that can reach it until we can start the construction process of the building. And then there's some things we'll do in that, but we're talking about site prep today. So the clay is not on site, so we have to have a borrow site and we have to haul that in, and that's pushed the cost up a little bit as well. So do you all have any other questions or?
It sounds like a really awesome effort you're undertaking, and it looks as though a lot of due diligence has been put into the consideration. Are there questions from the board about this project and this request for the waiver? Superintendent Brock, I thank you for bringing the project forward. Appreciate the work with our team here at KBE to prepare this request. I would ask the board for a motion to approve the request from Estill County Board of Education to exceed the 10% limit on limitation in 702 KAR 4050 Section 5.1. Is there such a motion?
Make that
Steve?
motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Justin Pate, I'll second.
Noting no questions, I'll put the question to the board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate the effort and look
Thank you all.
forward to keeping pace with your progress, so.
Thank you.
Invite us to the grand opening.
We will.
Next, the Laura County Board of Education request for waiver of 702 KAR 7140, Section 4.1. Matt?
Again, I'm Matt Ross, Associate Commissioner in the Office of Finance and Operations.
And I'm Lindsay Swartz, Policy Advisor in the Office of Finance and Operations.
And I believe we have Superintendent Griebel on the phone with us, or on the Teams. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
So there are certain times with these staff notes that sort of the gravity of what you're dealing with hits you, not necessarily because of what we're doing, but just sort of the whole situation. So this is one of those occasions. As you know, Laurel County was struck by tornadoes. The district and the community suffered damage. So the problem was, how do we complete their school year? Can they complete their school year? What does that look like? And so our task was to sort of give them their options about how we get to the end of the year. And so I think we came up with a good plan, realizing that they weren't going to be able to return to school. So it's sort of a twofold plan, and this is one part of it. So our part here is our regulation, which is 702 KAR 7140, Section 4.1, generally requires districts, when they have an emergency day, to miss and make up 20 days before you can grant them, you can sort of allow them to not make up any more school. So what we're doing here is we're asking to waive that part of our regulation. And then that will allow the commissioner then to waive 3 days, and then he will waive 5 days under House Bill 241, and allow them to complete allow them to sort of waive the 8 missing days that they would need to complete their school year. And happy to take any questions, and maybe Superintendent Griebel would want to speak to
I
your
would love to
situation.
hear from Superintendent Griebel. I think we all would.
Yes. Good morning, and thank you all for your willingness to hear our request. As Mr. Ross mentioned, Laurel County, and as you all know, Laurel County was impacted by an EF4 tornado on May 16th. We are gathering data daily on the number of students and staff that has been impacted, continuing to gather that information. Currently, we have about 170 students spread out among more than 4 schools, but 4 specifically were more directly impacted in that storm's path. So we have about 170 students that are displaced or somewhat impacted. We have about 40 staff members. A total from the county judge executive has reported a total of about 800 homes were impacted, with about 280 of those being totally demolished. So at the time of our school year, we did need 8 days to complete 1,062 hours for our school year. And again, with the new legislation that was passed, if you could not complete your school year by June 4th, and we just did not feel that we could do that. We've been in regular communication with our county emergency officials. FEMA has been on the ground still here. There's been, again, our county judge has reported, county judge executive has reported over 2,000 volunteers have been in our county. So it was really difficult for us to be able to navigate transportation for our students to get them back to school, being displaced, just a lot of work and rework of our bus routes to try to find these students in a time when we just didn't feel that was, even though we value education, let me say that, but it was just the timing of it, having only 8 days left and extending that time to get into the summer. You were just into the summer that it was difficult to be able to make up those days. In addition, I am aware that we had the opportunity for like emergency days, kind of operating on that non-traditional instruction. We also did not feel we had lost power at a couple of those schools until well into the following week, and it was even further into that next week before our internet capabilities were restored. And again, they were kind of off and on for several days once they were restored. So that was difficult for families to try to educate their students at home. That's kind of how Laurel County implements NTI instruction, is through Google Classroom. And our staff also report to work on our NTI day. So again, having 40 staff members impacted, and that would be what I would say as an initial impaction. What we've not gathered is those secondary impacts. For example, my home may have been fine, but my child or my parents' home, which is a secondary impact for our teachers, that we just didn't feel supervision would be adequate for students to bring them back to school. Just wasn't good timing for us at all. But again, the timing being so close to the end of the school year, then we are requesting just to waive those days.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Griebel. That really helps us to understand the comprehensive nature of the devastation and priorities that your community has to be facing. Any further questions or comments before I ask you for a motion? we are so appreciative of the stalwart effort that we've seen across the state in communities most directly hit, in communities that recognize the importance of us helping each other, because all of us are impacted when this happens. I would ask the board to offer a motion to approve the waiver of the requirement in 702 KAR 7140, Section 4.1, which provides that a school district shall not be granted an emergency day waiver unless the district has missed more than 20 regular student attendance days district-wide, and that the district shall make up at least the first 20 regular student attendance days missed in a school year by adding these equivalent hours back into the school calendar. We're asking a waiver from the Laurel County Board of Education. Is there a motion?
I do make that motion.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Holly. I will put the matter to the board. All in favor of this waiver request, approving this waiver request, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Appreciate it. Superintendent Greenville, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for bringing the matter forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Board members, now we're going to return to the matter of finalizing our appointment of our student non-voting member. I'm going to remind you, yesterday we had a report from the Student Advisory Council ranking the top 3 candidates. We now have before you a situation of 2 candidates that are eligible. You have information regarding these 2 candidates. To bring this process to a close, I'm going to ask you to take a sheet of paper and give us your priority ranking of these 2 candidates, 3 and 2. And we will tally those, and from that tally, we will ask for a motion to appoint the top ranking candidate among those that we now find to be eligible.
Point of clarification,
Yes.
voting members only?
Voting
Okay.
members only on this process. So if you would do that, after the tally, we will bring you back a report and ask you to approve an appointment based on that tally. Thank you so much.
And I would just add, thanks to Glyptosan for opening up the rest of the information on the applications, and tough decision. Felt a little bit like an awards committee. Excellent choices, and sincere appreciation for Student Advisory Council folks who ran the nomination process for us, and certainly to the students who were willing to put themselves out there in a high-stakes way to sit in Preston's seat come July, so.
If I may echo that, 2 things that I've really discovered you need for this position is, 1, a passion to be able to work hard, the passion for education across the state, and then the drive and determination to make that come to life. And I believe both of these candidates exemplify that to the max. And I was
Agreed.
certainly impressed when looking over these applications last night. I reviewed them in full just to see what we had next year, and I'm very proud and it's looking good next year for sure.
We'll be okay.
We will be okay.
Well, this process, the selection of the teacher non-voting member and the selection of the student non-voting member, every single year has been competitive, and it is it's almost as though we would be well served by anyone in the candidate pool, but we don't have that many slots, so we have to make a decision. And appreciate your patience with us as we complete the process this year. Also, yesterday, we need to, based on an action that we did not bring to closure, we're going to need to take action to clarify and correct action taken by the board during our meeting. If you look at agenda item 9F from yesterday, 1XF, amendments to 704 KAR 8080, required academic standards in career studies and financial literacy. That item involved the amendment of an administrative regulation which incorporates the academic standards for career studies and financial literacy. However, our motion and action was only to approve the standards, not the overall amendments to the regulation. Therefore, out of an abundance of caution and to clarify our intent to approve the amendments to the regulation, I would call for a motion to approve the amendments to 704 KAR 8080, which includes the updated standards document. May I have such a motion?
I'll offer that motion, Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much,
Second.
Harold. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? I mean, this is one of we were going through several of them, perhaps at a pace that did not serve us well. So if there are no questions, I will put the question. All those in favor of approving amendments to 704 KAR 8080, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And if you will, we will return now to the selection of our student member. I am going to report to you that candidate number 3 is the candidate that is leading in the tally. I would ask the board to approve appointment of candidate number 3 as our next student member of the KBE. May I have that motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. You guys have the same initials. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you so much. We have completed that process and we'll be in touch with candidate number 3 regarding this appointment. Now, back to regular business. We go into our review agenda. A lot of important content and topics in this on this agenda, and we would begin with the 26-28 biennial budget request. Doesn't get any more important than that. So, Matt and Karen, we would ask you to please bring forward that presentation.
Thank you. I'm Matt Ross, Associate Commissioner in the Office of Finance and Operations.
Karen Worth, Division of Budgets and Financial Management.
So as we continue with our budget prep process over, I don't know, this whole year, maybe beginning last year, we have sort of laid out how the budget is put together and how and presented additional budget requests or ABRs. And Karen will explain a little bit more about the ABRs, but those are essentially sort of new initiatives or initiatives that weren't funded in previous years that we will ask submit to the governor and ask for inclusion in his budget, which is presented to the General Assembly, and then advocate for the General Assembly to continue or pick up those items. So Karen, I'll just let you sort of kick it off and go through the.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you all's attention to this. Just wanted to kind of recap. Glyptis, you can, next slide. We started this back actually in December, talking about the process for the budget request. We've had offices and program experts available to answer any questions that you may have about additional budget requests as we've moved through this. But we've also talked about the other pieces and parts that fit and create our budget request. We had the 6-year capital plan in February. Then we started our conversation about defined calculations, baseline, and then the ABR. So I think the goal today is just maybe to touch on those really, really briefly, and then to give you all some good time to discuss your survey results on the ABRs and the prioritization process. Next slide, please. Of course, the baseline budget is where we start. That is our, in my world, that's our A forms. That tells us what we have right now. The baseline budget then is combined with what we call our additional budget requests, those ABRs, those letters that probably haunt you all for on budget request years. Those added to our base become our final budget request. Next slide. We had shared this in a previous presentation just to give you an idea of what KDE's budget is for the current biennium. As you can see, we receive about $6.6 billion in the current fiscal year, and the upcoming year that begins on July 1 is right around $6.1 billion. Again, the majority of that money, over $3 billion, is our SEEK appropriation that goes directly to school districts. Defined calculations, just a reminder, those are the things, the costs that KDE cannot control. They are costs that are services provided by other agencies, whether it be workman's comp, whether it be my team and others in the department using EMARS, CRIS access, rent for this building, utilities. Those are all things that we don't have control over. Just like at home, I pay the KU bill when it comes in. So defined calculations are a big part of our budget. Next slide. In February, we presented you with the 6-year capital plan proposal. That information is always talked about early in the process because it's due in the capital plan system by April 15th. The plan has been submitted, but will be reflected in our budget request that is submitted on October 1st, the first 2 years of the 6-year plan. So that has been completed. We do have some things that we're going to revise a little bit, no changes to the projects, but some new estimates that we've been receiving. And they will open that plan process up for me to make those changes before October 1st. Next slide. I guess then we move right into the really important conversations that we've been having, and so appreciate you all, the consideration for this, and understanding the importance of this, and really being our partners as we try to make the best budget request for the department and the Commonwealth that we can. ABRs, we have your base, and then these are for new or expanded initiatives. You get $5 million for a project, and you implement it, and it starts to really take off, and you're seeing great results, and you want another $5. That's an additional budget request. So we've compiled our list. I think we've got, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 on there. I'm not sure. And sent it to Glyptis, and she did a survey. The results are on your screen and in the portal. And I think we're just now going to turn it over to Commissioner Fletcher to guide us in this prioritization exercise. So thank you.
One of the things the first comment I'll make is please notice that the accountability model and the work with that's its own package. So, when we talk about the accountability model, that'll be a part of the bill that we look at for the accountability model. So set that aside. And as we go through this, one of the things that I believe that our board members must have had in front of them as they were working through this was our legislative priorities. Because if you look at how this matches up, we always talk about increasing SEEK base and transportation, and those were the highest priorities. But also, too, to mention some of the other priorities that's on here, universal preschool was one of our legislative priorities that we identified for this year. Also, too, the numeracy counts, and also Read to Succeed. That was another part of our work. The support for educator workforce, as you can see, some of the top additional budget requests were a part of that. And again, the Kentucky Education Technology System, we also had that as a major part of our legislative priorities as we move forward. So as going through this process and seeing how this works, I think that our board members did a great job of saying, okay, these are our priorities legislatively, let's match the funding that goes with that. So this is how it turned out with, of course, Seek Base and Seek Transportation being our top two priorities. With a close third there would be the universal pre-K. And to see that align also with the governor's priorities, to also see that with the chamber's priorities. So all this alignment with universal pre-K is so important. We talked about KITS funding. As a matter of fact, I thought our Associate Commissioner David Couch did a great job of pointing out the things that our districts rely on most. If we don't have this funding, what will it cost our districts? So the focus here wasn't pie in the sky, what else do we need additional? It was these are things that our districts need to move forward. And of course, in this time of needing cybersecurity, as that increases as we go forward, that was another good point. If you look at all the areas there, you see the initials like OFO, Office of Finance and Operations, Office of Education Technology. You see all the acronyms. I think that our associate commissioners and our people in leadership did a great job presenting to you to see this is where we are. So as of right now, this is how the rankings came forward with 1 through 27, and how would we like to move forward with this? So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, board members, I'd like to have your reaction to this. One thing I will say about this board, we have really worked hard to be coherent and to make sure we are linking all the aspects of our prerogatives to lead into the direction of supporting what it is we say our priorities are. So,
Could I add just two quick comments
Yes.
before you all begin? One, no matter what you choose, everything will be presented.
Makes the list.
Right.
Everything makes the
right.
list, right? So where it falls, we'll submit everything, one. And two, in the last time we did this exercise, there were some decisions that you could package certain things together to present maybe several similar things with one ask. So that is an option available to you too.
So I tried to keep in mind as I was doing this exercise is that just because it doesn't rank number one doesn't mean it's unimportant.
Correct.
But we do have to take into consideration a process of strategy and when you have the opportunity to present it and finding sponsors and I mean, there's a lot of work that's going to go on to support this list and all of our priorities, but it is important to be able to say that the KBE is aligned on a strategy of addressing our priorities. So, yes.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, I would like to have a discussion with the board today about the process. It always feels a little bit like you're choosing your favorite grandchild, even though all the grandchildren stay on the list. So I wonder if that might be helpful and timely. And a couple of comments that I'll add, but I also know that Dr. Pate is under a time crunch, so I thought I might yield to you before I go back and point out a couple of questions.
Yes, please.
You know, I don't have a major problem with the process. I think you have to look at the work and support, you know, a prioritization as part of this role. I mean,
Right.
it is. It's difficult because it's all important, but every budget has a finite dollar amount
Yep.
and infinite dollar requests. I guess you know, and Matt, I think you've already said this, but, you know, just because where it ranks does not mean it won't get funded in the end. You know, these are prioritization requests from our standpoint, but that does not mean it's prioritization funding.
Correct.
So if something were to rise in importance in the coming months, there is a chance to work with the legislature to sort all that out. I guess the biggest question I would have is, you know, Commissioner, is there something that jumps out at you that, you know, I mean, you're the one that's day-to-day in this, that you think needs some adjusting in this rank order list?
As I go through, I think the top two are the top two.
Yes.
Because this gives districts the opportunity to say, okay, this impacts all funding to our districts, to each person, each student. Universal pre-K, to me, is a high importance. The only thing that I may move up in the ranking might be the numeracy counts work, because when we look to the Reads to Succeed, there's more funding related to that as it was with numeracy counts. Now, one other item that kind of is alluded to in this, I think we talk about awareness. We're bringing this to our legislator and our governor's attention, but also to an opportunity. With what happened yesterday in the IJCE meeting, the opportunity also for principal training will be there also too. And we do talk about new teacher induction and other training. So I think that will be an opportunity that presents itself. So for me, I think that we're spot on. There is an opportunity to kind of group some things. For example, in OELE with Ed Rising, and also too possibly with the new teacher induction, and also those type of trainings for new teachers. But the only thing I may move up, and it's hard to say I'd put it in front of one or the other, would be the numeracy counts part.
Grandchildren.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the same thing, even looking at it, reading and numeracy may be linked a little closer together, whichever one slid which way, but that would make sense if I'm a legislator looking at some of this, potential funding work.
So before Dr. Pate has to dash out, I just wonder, Karen, Matt, our board has consistently had a track record of approving these same top three, and those are our biggest ticket items. I'm wondering if we might move forward recognizing that we have a deep commitment to fully funding SEEK transportation, and an aspirational goal of fully funding universal pre-K. And then if we can just establish that, would we have a better sense of how the board feels about the other programming if we set those aside in the process, perhaps? Or pulse check that first and then give us the process? Because I still kept doing the math to kind of determine, would I be better off if I put a less expensive program at the top that might actually,
Get
too
funded.
much strategery happening in my mind there.
Right.
My second thought to Dr. Fletcher's point is that, and board members feel free to push back on this. I have a real concern for our responsibility for all things Kentucky School for the Blind, Kentucky School for the Deaf, and area technology centers, including things like salary schedules. So in my mind, I'm thinking like a superintendent of a local board, we've got to fund our personnel in the schools for whom we are the Board of Education. So I'm wondering if perhaps in terms of packaging in the future, not this year, but in the future, if we could put forward a KSB request, put them together and say, here's what we would need to fund salary and requests for our state schools as a package, as opposed to, again, choosing between School for the Deaf and School for the Blind and somehow deciding which one of those should be 6 and which should be 7, for example. So I don't know if that's an angle that might help us in the process or not, but I finished the process thinking, what did I just do? And then there are the value-laden questions, because what I might have prioritized around state schools might be very different from the way Sharon thinks about prioritizing around praxis or workforce, right? So.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think we can definitely do those things, right? Karen, do you want to?
Absolutely. I really like the idea of saying, okay, our hard 1 and 2s is SEEK, fully funding SEEK base and SEEK transportation, because I think that's an arguable point we can make, is that school districts can do what they need to do with those funds. It's not specifically for this or that.
Right.
So I like that concept of these are our hard 1 and 2, and then having that conversation about 3 and after. As far as B and D goes, we can do that. We have a tendency, and that's kind of on me. I have a tendency, because structurally they stand as two
fund
units.
them differently.
Right. So they receive 2 different line item amounts, and so we treat them as 2 different units and address them for the needs that each of them have. But we can definitely, for your all's prioritization, they can definitely be grouped together. And you could group step and rank, you could group salary schedule. You could put all of those things together. And
KSB supports
That's
KSD
right.
supports.
That's correct. Yeah.
I'd like other reflections, because I went through the process this year and admit, this year it was very, it left me feeling frustrated that, because I didn't know exactly what I had done. You know, when you step back and look at it, it's not that everything is a number one priority, or we should seek to excuse ourselves from the discipline of prioritization. But I was wondering, Commissioner, could we discuss a common framework or set of protocols for the prioritization? For example, I'm sitting there in isolation, factoring in my assessment of, is this politically viable? How essential is this to the enterprise? How does it match my own particular passions and biases? And what does that matter anyway? And, I kind of wanted to have at least an awareness of an enterprise-wide view. If you got to run the whole thing. And I wish to know your view of how to strengthen the whole enterprise as we prioritize these additional budget requests. Is that a valid question?
I think it is a valid question, because I think if we come with a more succinct, instead of, again, all these are going to be asked for, but if we come with our top 5 priorities, then it's easier to talk with legislators. Again, waiting for opportunity. If there's opportunity that presents itself that we can, but also we take it. We step in, okay, if we, for example, we've got some potential opportunity with scholarships as it relates to teaching and aligning some pathways. There's some good work there. But if we come in with a top 5 that we're going to, this is our social media push, this is where we're going to, again, not taking away from the others, but actually coming in with, these are our priorities that we're going to work on this year, and then go from there. I think that our legislators would appreciate that. Again, not saying that we don't send them all, we should send them all. But these are the ones that we want to rank in our top 5, I think.
So that self-talk is the dilemma, the futility of, in my mind, I'm saying we can't, nor would we not fund step and rank increases for teachers at Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf. Can't do that. Not an option not to do that. So yet it's one of those that we prioritize. So it's like, okay, I can move that because I know that's going to happen. But if it's not funded, the department's got to pay for it, and then we're back to robbing Peter to pay Paul in the process. So it gets mind-blowing.
Well, I think part of it is, this is the work. Like Dr. Todd had to do that at UK. We do it
Yep.
at East TC. Superintendents have done it at school districts. There's
Scarce resources.
rising costs, and not often the revenue rises corollary to that. But the other thing that, I think is important about doing this work is, we know everything's not getting funded, but it is a repository out there of, look, legislator, look, communities, these are our needs. All of these things are viable and relevant, and we can't do all of this. So it is absolutely there. Sure, the top 5 is probably where we're going to get the majority of support and traction. There's going to be a one-off, powerful legislator that's going to see an item and want that done, so it may get in some way, that's all part of the process. But to me, when I look at this whole exercise, it's not just about the budgetary portions of it. It's information sharing. It's awareness of, man, there's a lot that could be funded, So it's a bigger tool than just this particular, how it relates to the work that these folks have to still do. But there is a bigger picture to it.
Yeah, Justin, that helps me a lot to get my mind back around to a good place on this, because Karen and Matt are primary audiences of this. So when they're working with the team to think about how they are going to manage the state budget, the revenue that they end up with in the account, then they also can say, and here's how the state board thought about that in terms of values and priorities.
Well, and everybody's got their own
it's a
role
larger,
in it. Because at the department level, if you need a physician to do critical work, that's what you're worried about.
My mind was going too much to the general vicinity.
But as a board, there's other uses of this.
Exactly.
Diane?
Okay, from where I'm sitting and looking at it, and how I did was, as I looked at the list there, was what impact could we have on, for example, like mental health specialists? that we could put our monies there that would then definitely impact students in the classroom.
That's a value.
And looking at HQIRs and putting that, funding
Right.
that area, how then that would impact teachers teaching in the classroom.
Right.
So I guess my lens went from a basic, what can we do for the greater good with the amount of funds that we have? Starting at a level that they could be improved, that they could be then expanded upon, because then they're gonna affect everything. You know, seeking transportation, we know, we've talked about the amount of absenteeism. Is there something that we need to be doing there? And I'm thinking not just the bus driver, but bus monitors on the bus and all those different effects. So I guess I looked at it a little different from everyone else. But I'm always trying to look at the bottom line, and then how can this bottom line affect another item on the list, the request? Is, you know, gifted and talented.
So there's
some
nothing
things-
that we don't want on the list. I mean, everything on the list we
Well, we
want.
want to build on the list.
Yeah, yeah.
What do we have at the foundation? We have X number of dollars to deal with and to use. So how can this dollar affect that $5 over here?
Right.
And keep it moving.
Right, right.
Kind of like a pyramid. Because the bottom line, we know what we want to see happen for our students in the public schools, and well, in all schools, to be very honest. And what's going to be the impact on the community. So if we can do some things that are down here at the bottom level and move the dollars up, and coming from a person that doesn't have a lot of dollars, I guess that's the way I look at it.
Well, we do
get
want the
some from you.
process to be productive, even if it is provocative and sometimes a little bit painful. But we want to be informative and have something to have a process that helps us convey our values and priorities to the commissioner, to the staff, who will be informed by this. And it helps us to establish our own sense of accountability for what it is we want to see accomplished. So, and each year we seek to improve the process so that we get better at it. Steve, did you have a comment you want?
No, I
Okay,
just
okay.
taking it all in. When I did this, I got my paper here. I went through it about 4 or 5 times.
Listen, me too.
I get to the end of like 22
It's
and
like-
23. I can't believe I put that low. I've got to move
Right,
it
right.
up, you know. And,
Grandchildren.
yeah, and then you know, I put gifted and talented really low. Like she said, now my grandson just got put into the gifted and talented program.
There you go. See,
in Laurel
grandchildren.
County. And so, you know,
That changed your view, right?
It did, but all these are important, but you know, we got to decide on some and move on, and
Right. I think the process actually works for what you want. I mean, you got what
Exactly.
you needed, right?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
so.
Harold?
Well, I think another thing we need to remember as we prioritize these things, we're giving notice to the populace at large. This is what's important to us. And I like your system of forcing me to go through and consider. If I had to stand, I think in terms of standing in front of a judge, because if I had to stand in front of a judge and defend
Could I
this,
defend it?
could I do it?
Right.
Which forced me to think through what's really important. And although I salute, and you know, I was a judge for years, a county judge, and I would put things in and get paid. But ultimately, we have to say to the world, this is what Kentucky should be buying for their children. And that's why I think you need to rank them. I like your idea. We need to say these 5 things are the most important to us. So I don't know if I've put any more checkers on the table here, but that's the way I think we need to look at it. You know, we're not only asking for money, we're serving notice to the populace at large. This is what we think needs to be bought for our children. And I didn't know we could talk about grandchildren because I brought pictures. But I think it's important. The other thing that was confusing to me, and this is just me in my experience, I know there are things in that budget, if you don't get A, there's no sense in funding B because they're tied together. I think we've got to figure out some way to make us understand, or make Harold McKinney understand.
Yeah, that is.
In bundling, yeah.
You know, you can't fund in A. You know, it'd be like me buying salt for my roads and not buying trucks to spread it with. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't know, I'm not faulting you guys. I'm just saying that was a struggle for me as I went through it, went back through it, and that way. So
Well, and that's an aspect of the enterprise that we don't necessarily know. I mean, we're essentially a lay board, working with the professionals, and maybe that's a perspective that we can at least have a little richer understanding with, in that regard. Todd, Dr. Todd?
I'd like to put in a word for just the technology background support that feeds all the information we have and helps support all the districts, because I know Commissioner Couch comes to us every year and talks about what he needs, and I'm not sure how, it's not that glamorous in a way, because people turn on their computers and they work, but when they run into a problem, they don't work, you're gonna have a problem, and it's not getting cheaper to do that out there. I see it's fourth on the list, but I'm not sure how it sticks when you take it to the next level, because it's an infrastructure piece. It touches all of these programs.
Yeah.
And I think it's got to have some attention paid to it.
No, I agree with everything that's been said. I like what Harold said. If you just take I mean, year after year, we do this, and it's an excellent process because you do get to learn more about things. But we kind of have those 5 top priorities that are pretty well there, and they do skew things when you do a 1 versus that.
Right.
So, you know, if we just take those, you know, like you say, the only one that's not like in the top 5 that's always there is the universal pre-kindergarten, because that's just an additional thing that we don't do, but we would like to do. If we take those seek-based transportation, as Harold said, and CAT's funding out of there, and then you rank the other ones, it wouldn't skew things maybe as much. I mean, but I love it because that's how mine came out, perfectly that way.
We could have just asked you in the first place.
I could have just handed my sheet.
Well, I think it also too, if we look at, I think it was the idea of grouping similar topics. Again, funding one only makes sense if you fund one to fund the other to go along with what Board Member McKinney was talking about. You know, if you don't have salt in the winter, if you don't have trucks, the salt's not going to do any good. So those some things there. I like that idea, but I think also too our legislators would appreciate if, first of all, getting all the information. I do believe that, but also too if we have a specific, these are our 5 priorities as we move forward. Then looking for opportunities when other things come up, we can fall back and say, hey, you know what, that was on our list also too. Let us help you with that.
Yeah.
So it's a great point that Justin, Board Member Pate pointed out, was that, you know, when those opportunities arise and we have it down and we can point back and say, hey, that was one of our lists, we can work together on this, I think that's so important too. So awareness, I think, is also big for our legislators.
Well, I want to thank the board for taking the time to submit your priorities, because I know it was, I mean, there were lots of options there. This was not an easy exercise, but it's an important one. And I want to thank the staff, the commissioner and the staff here for helping us reflect on what we submitted. And, you know, I even dare say after I sent mine in, does this make any sense at all? But it comes back as a collective exercise. It does make sense. And so thanks for that reassurance also. But we'll seek to improve the process so that it gets, we're acting in a way that gives us more and more confidence each time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we have a number of really substantive review items on our agenda. Following the reflection on our prioritization exercise, we're now going to go into a presentation from Secretary Link and his colleagues on Everyone Counts initiative, the Kentucky Education and Labor initiative, workforce development, and meet, if you will, Mike Yoder and colleagues that are bringing lots of passion and energy. So let's have it. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we have limited time, so I just want to kind of kick this off. I've mentioned to the board in previous meetings about the Everybody Counts initiative under the Education Labor Cabinet. This is the brainchild of Governor Beshear, and he tasked the cabinet, I believe it was in late 2021, to do our best to ensure that every graduating high school senior had an opportunity for a job coming out of school, a pathway into post-secondary education, or a hybrid of both, working and going to school at the same time. And I think we're seeing more and more that sometimes a four-year college path may not be right out of high school, but eventually it could become that path. So factoring all that in. So it's a great collaboration between the employer communities around the school districts, perhaps locally or regionally, and certainly the school districts, the superintendents, the principals, the teachers, the staff, most importantly, the students. And Chris Sanders, well, first of all, introductions, Commissioner Mike Yoder, Commissioner of the Department of Workforce Development, and the Everybody Counts initiative. It's called the Office of Educational Programs, but we call it Everybody Counts. And Chris Sanders is the Deputy Executive Director. We do not have an Executive Director, so Chris is carrying the load on that. And Chris, I've already warned them about your energy level, so they're braced for that. But Chris and his team of career coaches that are embedded in the schools themselves have shown just what I think is extraordinary progress and results. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike and to Chris to present Everybody Counts to the board. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Secretary Link. So, like I said, my name is Mike Yoder. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Workforce Development. Our mission is really to connect Kentuckians to meaningful careers and connect those employers to the talent that's going to help them grow. And this falls in line exactly with that mission, helps us execute that mission, the governor's vision in that space. So thinking through, as Secretary Link mentioned, going beyond the college education, how do we prepare those young Kentuckians to walk into the workforce, have the skills that are necessary so that companies can then train them to do the skill or do the work that they need to have done. So Chris has shown an incredible impact in the schools that he's been in. I think over 4,000 students have been impacted in 20 high schools and 7 districts across the state to this point with very limited funding. So I'm going to let him kind of talk through kind of that impact and what is kind of the details of how he does that. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. As Deputy Executive Director, we have just an amazing culture, an amazing team, and Everybody Counts. If you would advance the slide for me, please. I'm going to talk quite a bit about our, what we do, and also our impact. I just wanted you to see a little bit of some of the testimonials that we have on the next slide. It is a dynamic initiative. We want to ensure the networks of support exists when these students leave the high school community. They're leaving a lot of times a place they've been for 4 years of their life. I'm a different type of a student. I was a military kid. I went to 3 high schools in 4 years, and 2 of them were in a different country. So understanding what that means in terms of our students who are experiencing not just the A1 school environment, but the A5 and A6 school environments and how they transition back and forth. And so I'll share a few testimonies because I think as we wrapped up this year, these were the testimonies that really stood out to me from our work just from the 24-25 school year. And Scott County Senior says that his Everybody Counts coach helped him a lot with filing the FAFSA, applying to colleges, and going over everything that they need to know before graduating high school. And just very thankful for the effort that the career coach invested on that one-on-one level. The next slide highlights a student from JCPS that basically calls out the compassion, the guidance, and the unwavering belief in that youth that they can do what they're setting themselves up to do. And that mentorship and that one-on-one guidance is just a hallmark of what our coaches provide to our young people that we serve across our 7 school districts. The next slide is a testimony from one of our technical center school counselors. This is Southside Technical Center in Fayette County, and we do work with technical centers and students that are there. In Fayette County, the Scott County and Woodford County students come to the technical centers. The Hill will be the new site for Fayette County next year, where we'll combine those technical centers, and we'll have coaches working with those students to amplify those technical certifications that are coming out of those environments. And this last testimony I wanted to show you is from one of our principals. And it stands alone, honestly, by itself. This principal is very, very emphatic about this initiative, and it's highly effective in relevancy to the work that we do with students. And I wanted to share those with you just to kind of get the heartstrings moving and just the warm, fuzzy feelings of just the real voices of individuals in the school environment that we are working with very closely. The next slides, I want to just very, again, on a high level, touch on what the purpose of our career coaches do. They're goal setting. They're conducting assessments with students and helping them build the skills, experience work, and become ready for those next environments, whether that's a career, that's post-secondary education, or both. And what we try to instill are the essential skills. If you advance to the next slide, the essential skills of well-being. How do I take care of myself after I leave a community of support like a high school? How do I communicate? And often we say to our students, how do you manage your mouth? Code switching is something our coaches do with students. How do you manage talking to your friend and now talk to your supervisor? You won't use the same language. And how do you navigate that as you exit high school? What does time management and money management look like when you go into a college environment versus a career environment? Class schedules versus work schedules are not the same thing, but you need to know how to navigate the hidden curriculum in both of those environments. And then managing ongoing education and skills. Just because your high school diploma has been attained and you have some dual credit does not mean that you're done learning, does not mean that you're done obtaining new skills. And some of the impact that we've made this year on the next slide, across our supported school districts, I want to make sure I highlighted where we are in those 7 school districts, Fayette County all the way to Shelby County and in between. Again, 4,000 students personalized career plans over the last 2 years. But these are dedicated full-time career coaches that are in the schools up to 4 days per week. So they're working directly with teachers, directly with counselors, and Friskies, the Family Resource Youth Services coordinators, to develop programming, to develop workshops and events to support the student skill development while they're with these students. The next slide, this is the impact. One career coach that we put in a school can impact up to 125 students in a school year. That means that student can have direct mentoring, individualized coaching on what barriers they need to remove in their life. I brought bags with me because we're all carrying something. You're coming here with all different things going on in your personal life. We've learned today where we have disasters happening in our communities where students are not able to go to school. And these coaches become another aspect of that network of support for these youth. Because when they leave that community, they're oftentimes, depending on their home environments, not left with a positive influence. And these career coaches can become that positive influence for that youth if they do not have that at their home or in their community. On the next slide, we'll talk about some new services that we've been able to put in place this year based on the learns from last year. And we've worked with the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation to offer pre-employment transition services to our students that have 504 plans and IEP plans, the students with documented disabilities who need additional levels of support outside of what happens in that specialized classroom environment. It might just be that they have anxiety and that 504 plan is an accommodation to help them navigate testing and just more time to do their assignments. But these coaches are now aware of that heightened need and that specialized accommodation and can provide even more specialized and personalized support to those students. And so we hit those self-advocacy points with those students. How do I raise my hand and ask for help? I don't know about y'all, but I sometimes get a little prideful in my own way and think I can do it my own way and do it myself, and I forget that I can raise my hand. And there's a plethora of individuals that would sit up, rise up, and come to the table to be part of that youth support network and be a resource to help them move positively with their future. Work-based learning and workplace readiness is really a key to what the coaches are working on. We want to make sure that they are ready for those new environments and they're equipped with the skills to do that. On the next slide, we use technology to advance these skills. We use virtual reality. The transfer software that we employ allows students to have career simulations in 5 to 6 minutes and experience what they do and they don't like. It's oftentimes easier to ask you what you don't want for dinner than it is what you do. So I want our coaches to help whittle down what the students do not want to do with their lives, and then we can heighten and focus our energy on what we can to help them where they want to go. We use a tool on the next slide called Pathful. We've created Pathful for Kentucky. So Pathful is a national platform used by many school districts to meet their individual learning plan requirements. Jefferson County and Fayette County, for example, use this platform. We've asked Pathful to create Pathful for Kentucky, which is a front of platform Kentucky content, Kentucky schools, Kentucky talent can see what is available here in this state before they explore anywhere else and go anywhere else to look at those jobs. So if they want to know more about manufacturing or construction, they're going to learn about those opportunities here in Kentucky first before they go to any other professional video that they might see on the platform. And finally, there's our contact information. My goal today was to give you some information, but also to persuade you that career coaching is a vital resource that we must have in our high schools to support our youth, to help them successfully transition into that new community, whether that's work, education, or a combination of both. And I would really welcome your questions today.
Are we ready?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And so is she.
So is
Diane
Diane.
is.
This is
Jump
just right in my area of passion, having worked in a high school for all those years and saw what happened when students did not have this kind of support. So tell me what you are doing with community and parents, because you don't know what you don't know.
So we work very closely with our community organizations. We want to build that infrastructure of support so that, again, when the student leaves that community in the school, they know what resources exist outside of the school, whether that's an urban league, a Metro United Way, a scholarship provider like Evolve 502. We have connections throughout with La Casita in Louisville and Jefferson County for our Latino and Latinx students, so they can connect and find those resources. If there are families that are refugees and their students are in school, we're connected with those refugee ministries and Catholic charities to make sure that those resources are available. We become the hub and be able to direct students to those community resources through our partnerships.
So do you meet often with the team, the career coach, the guidance counselor, the student, et cetera, to talk about this transition?
We're there weekly, monthly, quarterly. I'm on school doing site visits. Our coaches are there up to 4 days a week. They're there the entire school year in the school. Typically, one coach is assigned to one school, and they're there except for one day where they do their administrative tasks offline. They're there every single day working with students to try to connect and build those relationships.
Where can I go to read more about your program?
You can go to our website, everybodycounts.ky.gov.
Okay.
Or you can contact us via email. And I have paper copies of the presentation today if you prefer that.
You have your card with you?
It's in my folder.
May I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All righty now.
Diane, we'll be happy to come have one-to-one conversation as well, certainly.
Okay. Dr. Poe?
My question, back to the last slide, how closely is the kentucky.pathway.com aligned with what Dr. Thompson's group on
Futurity.
Yeah, how do those align?
So
Since
they
that
align-
started later than yours, but how are you?
So Futurity came after. Pathful's been around longer than I've been in this role, and they've been working with Kentucky schools longer than that. But Pathful is a platform that has a lot of the virtual job shadowing content. So if you contrast Futurity with Pathful, Pathful is a platform that you log into and you can actually give it information, and the algorithm will then curate content for you. So as you do assessments, it will start telling you, well, then you're more likely to like these types of careers and generate a career cluster. The work-based learning content is videos that you can connect live or asynchronously with a professional in that field that you're interested in. So it has more than Futurity does at this particular time, but again, Futurity launched just recently. So I think there's a lot of potential to align the content that's in both the platforms for our Kentucky students.
Thank you.
Can I ask just
Yes,
one more thing?
Holly.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I was just curious, how did you connect with those districts? Like, were they selected? Did they apply?
Jefferson County was selected when we launched, and I was not part of the initiative at that time, but all the future counties that we've worked with and support have either come to us directly or we've reached out to them based on our outreach and attempts. And we've reached out to not 171 school districts, but we've reached out to quite a number through our local workforce boards and our efforts in our communities. There's a lot of interest. I just don't have the funding right now to be able to put a coach in every single school district, unfortunately. So, that's our hope, is we can work with KDE, we can work with CPE, we can work with our partners at KCTCS, the chambers, right, to understand where we can find ways to make career coaching more of a mainstay in our high schools.
And Holly, when the governor first developed this concept, Jefferson County, with its large employer base, was a logical place to start because we talked with Ford Motor Company, GE Appliances, UPS, and Kroger to get those large employers on board to be a business partner in this effort so that those students graduating from JCPS would have options with those large employers. But the premise is to bring all employers under the umbrella. And obviously in some communities, it may be more of a regional employer base rather than a local employer base just because of the sheer number. But I think, I don't know if the governor came up with this title on his own. I'm a fan of the Harry Bosch novels, if anybody knows Michael Conley. And one of Bosch's sayings is, everybody counts or nobody counts. And I think that's kind of the way I look at it, that we have to try to reach everyone. And with limited resources, we would like to expand, and we're not here to compete with anything. We want to collaborate, or it's about the student and helping that student. It doesn't matter what we call this thing. So we would like to expand as much as possible, working with the department and working with the school systems, obviously, but funding limits that. And one thing we've done, and Dr. Todd helped us review, we have developed a playbook. It's maybe a high-level roadmap that because we cannot get into a school system on our own because of lack of resources, the goal would be to hand over the playbook to the superintendent, to a principal, to develop their own sort of Everybody Counts program or career pathway program, something like that, because we just don't have those resources. But it's working in conjunction with the schools and not in competition with the schools.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our goal is not to
Commissioner?
duplicate services that exist. Our goal is to serve students that aren't receiving the services that they need.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner?
One of the things that, as looking at your model, and one idea that Dr. Robinson and I talked a little bit about is the JAG model, the Jobs for American, or in Kentucky, JKG. Have you looked at partnering with them? Because they're in some school districts already. There might be a good partnership to work together on. So, just thinking about other programs, other opportunities that could spread. This could, and those strong partnerships could work out. But maybe something like JKG and others would be a good opportunity there.
I'm glad you mentioned that. George Stafford and I, he's the president of JAG Kentucky, we meet monthly.
Okay.
We're actually working on an industry-led project with our partners at Bluegrass Area Development District, Tiffany Reeves and Rolando Thacker, to bring an industry-led project to Scott County. As part of our partnership, we have a JAG specialist at Scott County that's worked very closely to do a Dress for Success event for students there. Woodford County just reached out, their JAG specialist said, how can we work with Everybody Counts? Because all my other specialists keep telling me that the amazing coaches that you have in these schools. So yes, we're there trying to determine how we have overlap in the schools where we are and where we don't have services provided by either one of us. What does that look like? How can we help each other to collaborate and bring more visibility to students and industries?
Awesome,
Yes.
awesome. Dr. Todd?
I like this concept from the first time I met Secretary Link at the old spaghetti factory in one of the earlier meetings, because it makes a lot, there's just not enough time in the existing personnel to give the career counseling that's needed when you look at all the different pathways they hear about and the discussion about you don't have to have a 4-year degree. You can go out and get early and get a short-time degree and get a job, and that's okay. But they need to have some clarity because the parents are confused, the students are confused, and I go at it from an engineering point of view. There's nobody hardly any teacher knows exactly what an engineer does. And so if you're really good in math and science, they say be a math or science teacher. But you need somebody who knows what the careers are. And the connections you have with GE and those companies out there looking for a wide range of personnel. I had an employee who was kind of misdirected into a vocational degree, and then after watching him for 2 months, we put him through an engineering degree, and he's now managing 56 engineers at Train Corporation. He's in their retirement now, makes you feel old, but it's just a caring program. It's much broader than what career says, because there's a lot of other aspects that you touch on. But I really applaud you for what you're doing, and hope it can catch on, go broader.
Well, this is really hopeful and encouraging. I do feel that we've got yeoman's work to do in this area of workforce development. The closing of our Job Corps centers makes it even, makes the need even felt even more intensely. And because once again, the students, the young people most in need are feeling ever more insecure. And we've got to get to them with these opportunities to onboard and continue to pursue their most worthy ambitions. Thank you so much for this presentation. I hope that,
Madam Chair.
you know, as you pass out your material, I'm just guessing, phone calls are imminent. Diane,
I
you want to
welcome
bring
them.
this to a close,
Yes,
please?
just one more question for Chris and Secretary Link. How many years would a student have a career coach? Does that begin as a freshman? Or?
I love that question, and I apologize for not answering earlier. Our focus is seniors, but we do go down to the junior level. So you
Okay.
could have a career coach for your junior year, your senior year, and then we will follow you for 1 year post-graduation because besides preparing the plan, we want to make sure that you fulfill the plan.
Right.
If you tell us you're going to go to college, and I've spent a lot of time in selling college, you're typically there in the fall, and you may not be there in the spring for whatever reason. And that 4-year full ride scholarship's not used anymore. So we want to re-engage you into employment. We want to re-engage you in apprenticeship and in education. So we follow you for 1 year, 2 quarters after exit, 4 quarters after exit, kind of that WIOA framework that we use. Where are you? What are you doing? How much money are you making? How can we support you to continue moving forward with your future?
And I think the department has always recognized, and we recognize as well, again, lack of resources, but in the State Schools Committee yesterday, we talked about we have to start perhaps in late elementary school.
Yeah.
Getting young people to think about, you know, what are their interests, what are their passions, what direction do they see themselves going? And that'll change multiple times probably, but we've got to start early, as you all know, to get them thinking about this. We just didn't have the capacity with the graduating seniors. That was the most imminent group coming out of high school, so that's where we started.
Wow.
Thank you.
Julie, and then we're going to bring it to
Of course, I'm gonna chime in on this one. We actually had the pleasure, Chris came up and presented to the Rotary Club of Florence. Very great feedback. They love the program. The importance of the mentoring of the kids and the coaching of the kids, especially down to freshman year. I mean, I have done senior exit interviews, senior defensive learnings for 10 years with Rotary. And it saddens me how many seniors are not prepared or have any idea what they're really doing or have done any kind of career exploration. So I really appreciate that. There is a program I've worked with in Washington, D.C. called College Bound. I don't know if you know Kenworth, but they have 100% college graduation rate because of the mentoring and the guidance that happened in high school. And these are kids that never would have gone. So I'm going to be really curious to see the data coming out and the college success rate or where they are in careers to show, because I know this program, I mean, it's very much needed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Secretary Link, please.
30 seconds, maybe 20. We are in conversation with the Southern Regional Education Board to talk about disconnected youth. And we've now engaged Chris and his team because before they graduate high school and reach age 18, particularly aging out of foster care, but we want to try to make sure there are no disconnected youth, that they are connected before they graduate so that they can have a path forward. So that's just one note that we're working with SREB now on that.
Well, thank you so much. We'll look forward to further discussions and updates and further opportunities to collaborate. So I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Our Kentucky Reading Research Center update. We'll hear from Executive Director Amy Lingo and our project manager, Riley Brown, along with KBE Chief Academic Officer, Mickey Marinelli. Welcome. Please get us started.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I am so happy to be here at the table today with the co-directors of the Kentucky Reading Research Center. I'm not going to take a lot of time, but I did want to provide a little bit of context before I turn it over to Dr. Lingo and to Dr. Scott. The working of the Reading Research Center is very prescriptive in statute, and that's established in KRS 164.0207. So all of the responsibilities of the center have been in place, and this statute actually dates back to around 1998, but we were able to have an amendment to this statute as a result of Senate Bill 156 in 2023. That allowed the Kentucky Department of Education to have an RFP process to elicit a new partner for a reading research center. And so through that process, the Office of Teaching and Learning was supported by our Office of Finance and Operations, and we now have the pleasure and privilege of partnering with the University of Louisville for the Reading Research Center. But one thing that I will say, and I don't think that I'm stealing the thunder, I think that sometimes it's good to reiterate different information, but while the center is housed at the University of Louisville, they really do see it as being a statewide center. And as we move forward, I think you're going to be very impressed with what has been accomplished in 1 year. So our contract began in July 1 of 2024. So we're looking toward almost our year end and are just privileged to have time on the agenda. Thank you for your interest in this topic. It's really a unique partnership. When I think about the way that other state education agencies do or do not engage with research centers across their state, I think this is one that is truly unique. So we have been able to work with both Dr. Lingo and Dr. Scott in building out the research questions. And the ultimate goal is that we're able to point to evidence-based practices in literacy for early learners, for adolescent literacy, and for adult literacy that will be impactful to Kentuckians directly. And that's not something that we can point to. We can point to other evidence-based research, but this is an opportunity for us to really look at the impact of literacy on Kentucky students. And so I'm thrilled to be able to hand it over to Dr. Lingo and to Dr. Scott at this time.
Great. Well, thank you. It is a pleasure to be here. My name is Amy Lingo. This is not Riley Brown. This is Dr. Terry Scott. So that was an error on the agenda about who was going to be here. You can go ahead and skip to slide number 4. Mickey did a great job of that introduction. So I'm going to launch right into what the center's scope of work is. As you can see, this was very prescriptive in statute, which Mickey described, and it is an ambitious charge and scope of work. But we recognize that this is necessary to comprehensively evaluate the current reading programs that are being practiced in Kentucky classrooms. We want to identify what those practices are and look at the data about the research, from the research that are occurring within those classrooms. Our goal is to make data-informed recommendations to the Kentucky Department of Education as our primary goal to strengthen literacy outcomes statewide. As Mickey said, we are collaborating very closely with the department and other education partners, including other institutions of higher ed across the state. We are evaluating the Reading Diagnostic and Intervention Fund program, and we are conducting a statewide assessment of reading instruction. And again, the goal is to identify those evidence-based practices and to disseminate those evidence-based practices to various stakeholders, including teachers, leaders, policymakers, and parents and caregivers, so that ultimately our actions and our recommendations will result in system-wide improvement. So the next slide. I'm joined today by Terry Scott, who's the co-director of the center and is really leading the research arm of the center. And again, together as a team, we are committed to advancing literacy within the state and for students across the Commonwealth. So we do have additional team members, of faculty members, not only from the University of Louisville, but from other institutions, including the University of Kentucky. We are collectively bringing decades of reading research from our backgrounds in literacy, special education, and other related disciplines. So many of them have spent their careers studying effective literacy instruction and evidence-based interventions, and are also very experienced in looking at data and student outcomes from large data sets, not only here in Kentucky, but also nationwide. Next slide.
May I say one thing? Just to add a little bit that they're not going to say about themselves, but so I have been able to know and work with Dr. Lingo for many years. It says again, she's a dean elsewhere in the nation, but she has a rich history of supporting Kentucky education. And then I also had the pleasure of working with Dr. Scott as it relates to MTSS. And so I'm sure you have heard of Kentucky ABRE, but we at the KDE have been able to partner with them to build out our kymtss.org. And so I am grateful that such strong leaders of education are heading the center and really leading the work to push forward on the student experience and the student outcomes that we want to see in literacy.
And these are just some of our other faculty members that are a part of the project, and I think these slides are included in your materials. Next team. This is the team that's actually at the University of Louisville. We have a great team of research team, operations team. They make sure that our program is successful through project management, evaluation, constant communication with me, with Dr. Scott, where we are collaborating again with the department. And so next slide. Additionally, I think this is probably one of the most exciting components of the Reading Research Center is our National Advisory Board. We have been able to secure national experts in the field of literacy that have run statewide centers across the country to really advise us, talk to us about lessons that they've learned. Dr. Holly Lane is at the University of Florida, has a long history with UFLI and the Florida Literacy Institute. Dr. David Page in Illinois. So you will see that we have assembled a great advisory team to, again, advise us, and it also elevates the profile of Kentucky and the work that we're doing within the center. Go to the next slide. Again, more of our Dr. Deborah Reed in Tennessee, Dr. Sharon Vaughn in Texas, Dr. Jade Wexler. So we are just very excited about their participation. They are actively involved. We've been meeting with them. They've also been meeting with our colleagues at the Department of Education. And I think we are all learning a lot about what has worked in other states, what they've learned, and what can inform what we are actually doing. Next slide. So at this point, I will ask Dr. Terry Scott to really talk about an overview of the evaluation, the research component, and he'll give an overview of the research questions. And as Mickey stated, those research questions, which I think is super powerful, is that those have been co-developed and co-constructed with the department, because we can sit in isolation in a center and do what we think we need to do, but it's really this unique partnership because we want the work we do to inform the department and to inform what's happening in Kentucky schools. Terry?
Thank you, Amy, and thanks again for giving us this opportunity to speak with you guys. Amy and I have co-directed projects for 25 years. She doesn't like to admit that because she thinks that makes her sound old.
It does.
But this is the first time we've had a project like this where we collaborated in this way, where we really sit down with Mickey and her team and think out what should the questions be in order for us to give you the kinds of answers that are going to really push this forward. So the first 6 months were really finding our staff, contracting with people, getting things set up, a long process with lawyers trying to get a data sharing agreement. But once that was completed, we began working on what our first goal was to do the evaluation of the Read to Achieve program. What we wanted to do is to kind of take that up a notch. It's historically been done with a survey, and so we started thinking about better ways to look at that. And one of the first things we did is say we need to kind of be able to attach this to some sort of outcome. So we stratified a sample of the RTA schools, 4 clusters, those that are really high achieving, those that are really low achieving, ones with increasing trends and ones with decreasing trends. And that gave us 26 schools that we tried to go out and actually do some interviews with their school literacy team. What are they doing? What systems are in place? How consistent are they? And we also do observations in classrooms, looking both at the degree to which the teachers are delivering what we would call effective foundational instruction and filling out a rubric of effective literacy instruction. We don't have enough of that in year one to be able to say anything inferential. But descriptively, what we found was that the schools that are high achieving and increasing tend to have a tier 1 in place well. They have good instruction going across the school. The schools that were decreasing trend or tended to be low over the last few years had tier 3 in place, I think by necessity, because they had so many students that were not being successful, but tier 1 was woefully inadequate. And again, that's a very descriptive finding because there were only 26 schools. So thinking into next year, again, we've sat with Mickey and her colleagues and we've thought this out. We're still going to do the RTA schools, but we were going to branch this out to the entire state. And we're going to continue to look at those 4 clusters. But what we're really thinking about is, what if we could find 25 to 50 schools in each one of those clusters? And we could do the same set of observations and assessments with all of those schools. And the idea is to actually create a statistical model and say, given that a school has X, Y, or Z going on, what are the things we know give them the highest probability of getting the achievement we think we'd like to see a school have, or to improve in some way? So the good thing about where we are right now is last year we started this really probably in February or March. We plan to start this in September this year, which gives us a lot more time to collect a lot more data. The second big piece of this is the clearinghouse. And the clearinghouse is a place where we want to make this, the data we collect and the information that's out there regarding what best practices are, immediately available to anybody who wants to see it. And so we talk about this being something we'd like teachers to see, administrators to see. We'd like this to be available to Kentucky families. And we also have a real feeling that this has to be something that institutions of higher ed, teacher training programs around the state also need to be very aware of these things. And to be clear, we don't believe there's a panacea, but there clearly are some strategies that give us a better chance of success than others. And those are the things we really want to push here. So we have contracted with probably 20 different people whose job it is, these are experts in the field, to do these comprehensive lit reviews in these different areas, phonemic awareness, phonics, et cetera, down the line, which right now is foundational, will eventually be adolescent, family, and adult. But from those lit reviews, we can line out, these are the practices that we would like to see schools doing if we really wanted to predict the best possible outcomes for those students. So we anticipate that as this continues to build out, and right now we've just got the first few done and we're getting ready to put them on the clearinghouse, there will be some accompanying videos and things that would really help Kentucky educators in thinking through how would we do this in our school. So Amy and I were talking about this yesterday. And as she will tell you, I'm old. This is the most exciting thing that I think I've been a part of in my career, because we have this ability to really make an impact on a large scale. So thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Next slide.
Wow, that is fascinating. And yes, Holly.
I was just wondering, will we be able to gather any data on the impact of the letters training?
That is one of the variables we collect. So we actually know how many teachers were letters trained in every school, and that will be one of the variables that goes into our mix. So what we can know is, did that make a difference? It's hard to do it at the teacher level. We can only do it at the school level.
And Dr. Scott, if I may add one thing, so just to clarify, so we actually have a separate contract with a third-party evaluator, ICF, to evaluate the impact of letters, and that was a 2-year contract. So we'll have one other year of findings from ICF that we would be able to share with members of the board when we have their final report. And so my hope would be that beyond that, what they find in terms of the impact of letters in the coaching model, we will also be sharing that with the center so that they can continue to clarify the research questions around that to help to inform us, because that's the key. Like, we want to be making the best possible decisions for educators. We want to be good stewards of the funding that we get from the state legislature. And I think one of the things that has not been mentioned, so Dr. Hogan and Dr. Whitaker, who are a part of the research team that's housed at U of L, they too have gone through letters. And so they are able to speak that same language with the educators that they're observing and serving as a part of the center. And I think that's important.
Thank you for that. Yes, Brandy?
Cool follow-up question to Holly's question. On the first slide, I found this in my reading to be interesting. Explain to me why you're only looking at the past 10 years of related foundational, adolescent, adult, and family literacy, when, we go back to the year 2000, basically 1998, when Read to Exceed was there. And that's when the National Foundation, laid out their 5 principles of reading and so forth there. And all that research that is there that was overlooked by the previous center, and we went down a wrong path. So why just the last 10 years? Because it seems like there's a lot of research out there. I mean, I presented in an international reading conference in 2005 on this particular topic of phonemic awareness and that, but now we're in 2025, 20 years later, talking about it. But there was a lot of early foundational research went into the national panel and direct instruction and things like that, that some schools in the state of Kentucky did real well on, outperformed, but we never looked at them.
Yeah.
So why just the last 10 years?
That's a great question. So the What Works Clearinghouse, as you know, their systematic literature reviews and all the money that went to fund the What Works Clearinghouse, that research was published 10 years ago. So we felt that the foundational research had been summarized and systematically reviewed at that point. And so we picked up where the What Works Clearinghouse and those IES practice guides stopped. So for the last 10 years, and I will tell you preliminarily, Dr. Poe, we're finding the same practices that were found in the panel, that were found in those IES practice guides and the What Works Clearinghouse. We're finding that same information and that same evidence still exists.
Yeah, because, the International Dyslexic Association, for example, when I was superintendent, I was on board with their different things, and there was some great research that they also presented. But it was, like you said, it was prior than the last 10 years. But it was research that individuals just totally ignored for other methodology and strategies that were unsuccessful. So that's what, so thank you for explaining that. So basically what you're saying is, here's this foundational research that was here. It's based in this last 10 years. And if you need to, you are going to dive back in farther on that one, instead of saying, we're not looking at something that was 12 years ago.
Correct.
I kind of think about this as what you're describing is our foundation.
Yeah.
So we didn't go in and say, what are the pillars? We know phonemic awareness is one. We know phonics is one. So we said, we're going to operate with those as our pillars, and let's do lit reviews on the last 10 years so that someone can't say, well, this is old research.
Yeah,
But
because.
like Amy said, we're finding the same thing.
Yeah, because I mean, there's been research in that, Mendez and those did on cochlear implants and the different things, and hearing those sounds and reading, and that's kind of why we skipped over them. Instead of fixing the auditorial process, we just overlooked it, so, thank you.
So this
Chair
is
Robinson?
really an important resource that,
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to
yes,
interrupt, and if we need to rush, we can. But they do have a few more slides to share with you all. Is that okay? Is there time for that?
please.
Yeah,
Okay.
please take
We'll
more
do that
time. And
really
this is the
quickly.
most critical thing that we discuss.
Oh, well.
Hate business stuff. It's this stuff.
So with the outreach and engagement, I just want you all to know that we are starting to roll out and disseminate this information. We did, though, conduct some focus group interviews with assistant superintendents, chief learning officers within districts, because we really want to be informed by what they want, what they need, what's going to be useful for them. And so based on that, they are the ones who said, we need resources, we need short video clips, we're not going to read a 52-page literature review. So us thinking about how do we make it so that they know that the literature review was important and connecting that into their actual practice. And so we did those things, and then we'll be disseminating and seeking out opportunities to work with different stakeholder groups to disseminate that information. Next slide. And this is our website. We were able to secure the KentuckyReadingResearch.org. We're starting to get our social media. We have our outreach director is working on to get this branded, to get this out there so that people will know about us. And then we will be at the Kentucky Reads to Succeed conference. We're very excited about that. That's really going to be our first time in front of Kentucky teachers, Kentucky leaders. So we're excited about doing that. We're going to be at the Kentucky Association for School Administrators and the Kentucky Reading Association Conference. So again, thank you all. This is a great opportunity for me, and it's just been a very exciting work to build something.
Well, thank you, and we will be reaching out to each other for further updates and appreciate the opportunity to work with you.
Thank you.
Can we ask a few other
Yes.
questions, or are you just cutting us off? Just asking. I got a few other questions I'd like to
All right, one more.
clarify.
Go ahead.
Okay, one more. Well, I'll research it back, or I'll combine this question then. When Dr. Holliday was commissioner and we had a school performance department here, and Karen Dodd overruled that, or oversaw that, and it was great information that we used to look at Kentucky schools, and she would come into our districts, and I didn't like it at the time, but now I understand that, he used to present the good, the bad, and the ugly to us. And we've got a lot of great schools doing a lot of good things, and they're also doing some bad things. So I hope that this is kind of more of a statement that we are really diving into some of our schools that are top performers in poor counties, that's beating the odds, and we've got some great things. So not just look outside, but look internal. But one question, I don't want you to take this personal, but I've been asked this, and the question is that being the executive director of this humongous task that we have here, tell us how operating virtually from Georgia is going to assure the people of Kentucky that the executive director, that this is our one shot. We got it wrong since 1988, so we've got to get this right.
Well, first of all, when we did the RFP, I was not employed in another state, so I was at the University of Louisville, and I think that one of the things that Terry and I are very committed to. Well, let me back up. The president and the provost at my current institution are extremely supportive of my involvement, because that was very important to me, that I get time in my professional work as dean to continue this work. And then obviously Terry and I have worked together for a really long time. And I think that it's a great partnership, and it's been, I don't want to say it's been easy, but we've been able to get the outcomes that we've needed this first year.
That's great. I mean, because I work at NKU as an adjunct professor, and I don't know how our dean could be pulling this off, so
Dr.
it's
Poe,
good that you have
may I add one
research.
thing from,
Please.
just from the KBE perspective? I am in very close contact with both Dr. Lingo and Dr. Scott, and if there's ever a need, they have both always been available to me and to the needs of the department, and so I don't anticipate any of that changing. But I assure you that this is critical, very much so to me and to the work that we're doing, and I feel such excitement about the potential for the center, and I really believe it's going to have great impact to educators across the state, not just in pockets.
Well, I see this as the good of Dr. Holliday's part, so thank you for indulging me, Chair.
Thank you again. Appreciate the chance to see you and hear from you. Colleagues, we are now going to come to another bittersweet moment. It's time to ask Preston to share his reflections on the year that he has given us in excellent service as our student member.
This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard for me.
Yeah.
But
We get it.
a full year flies by. I don't know what to tell y'all. It's been an absolutely amazing experience, and I couldn't be more grateful for this opportunity. When thinking about what to say in this reflection, I go back to when I first heard, or when I was first told that I was accepted for this position. I was at a conference up in Berea, the Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership Convention, literally eating lunch in their cafeteria. I opened my email and I'm like, oh, how did this even happen? Because when I first applied, there was I was amazed. I thought that I was going to be last on the list, just because there are so many great leaders and so many great students, especially from my congressional district of 6. And I was like, this is a complete hole in the dark, but hey, I was amazed. I was amazed. And then the absolute highlight of that conference for me was the keynote address was delivered by our Lieutenant Governor, Jacqueline Coleman. And I will always remember this, is after her amazing speech, one of the students asked, how can I get involved in leadership, and what are some of the opportunities out there for students like me? And she ended up saying that her and the governor had worked very hard in coordination with the Kentucky Board of Education and had recently started a new position for the student member. And I'm sitting there opening this email 2 days ago, finding out that I am that student, just in absolute shock. I mean, I was amazed, first of all, for the shout out, and then second of all, that I'd had the position for 2 days and she was already trying to give it away to someone else. I was very proud of myself then, but speaking of pride though, when I think back to when I first started on the board and just the amount I believe I've contributed and the amount I've been involved with in this past year, it's incredible. Not just with the Board of Education, but all of the several other committees, the ESAC, Commissioner Student Advisory Council, NASB. Just if you told me a year ago that I would be presenting to 30 of the most powerful educational leaders on a Zoom call, just for NASB, talking about vibrant learning experiences, a term I would not have known the meaning to a year ago. All the acronyms and different terms I've learned, it's been incredible. And one of the group I want to thank the most for that is y'all. Y'all have been an incredibly welcoming and inviting group to me, and it's been an absolute honor to serve on this board. I mean, Holly, you were my mentor since day one, first person to welcome me in, and I greatly appreciate that since the August meeting. Steve, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty bad at it, but I'd be happy to go fishing with you anytime. And then Commissioner Fletcher, you've accidentally called me Patrick more times than I can count.
Heath, not Patrick, Heath.
No, it was Patrick.
Patrick is Heath.
Close.
I forgive you, don't worry.
It's become a game now.
It's all good. All of you all on this board deserve to be on this board, and you all are all amazing professionals and leaders, and I'm greatly thankful. When I was talking with the commissioner just last night about the amount of quality and leadership on this board, I mean, I think of Dr. Todd. He has 10 over double-digit engineering patents, and then was the president of UK. And
In
then
his spare time.
Miss Lu Young, incredible leader. We all know her many achievements and accomplishments when it comes to education, and we are incredibly grateful for that. So thank you all for making this a very welcoming, inviting place. And then I extend that out to all of the KDE in general. Where would we be without leaders like Miss Rhonda, who's dedicated 31 years? I'm incredibly grateful for the entire KBE staff for listening to my little rants and comments, whatever I can call for a 16-year-old. And I do have one final shout out. Mom and Dad, can you please stand up for me? I knew this was the part that was going to get to me. And they have been amazing cheerleaders and inspirations to me since day one, and I couldn't be more grateful to call them parents. But thank you all. Thank you.
So Preston, I have to say that your impression on us and your contribution to us began immediately. Shortly after your very first meeting, Holly contacted me for a quote regarding our student member. And I could immediately recall at your first meeting, you set us straight and gave your voice on an important matter that we were discussing. And that voice has not lost any volume. It may have gained a bit in insight and texture and so forth, but I hope you never lose the confidence that led to your coming forth in your very first meeting of us and making yourself known. That is the kind of student leadership that we need, because we don't have time to waste. We need to understand the perspective of those that we want to serve. In many of us, I would say, dare say all of us, in a sincere, passionate way. And so don't hold back. We wish you the very, very best in all that you do, because we have come to expect that from you, Preston. And we hope that you will continue your contribution as an informed, engaged, active citizen wherever you go, and find that an aspect of fulfillment in your life. We appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That definitely means the world to me. And I don't know what the future holds for now. I don't know about college, where I'll end up, but I know I'm a much better student, leader, and always just better because of my time on this board, and I couldn't be more thankful.
You know, Preston is going to have a big summer too. It's just starting for him. He was qualified for the Governor's Scholar program in Kentucky, so that's a big deal. And then after that, you said you just won to some kind of conference. What was that?
National Judicial Competition up in Minneapolis. We'll have to see about that.
Mm.
But just in my free time, you know.
And then he's going to swim in his free time, I think.
Yeah. I'm always swimming. Don't worry about that.
Outstanding young man who's very talented and very smart, and I've sure enjoyed having him for this year.
I suspect we'll be hearing from you soon. We've also had the great good fortune of working with Jennifer Montgomery as Kentucky Teacher of the Year. She has spent several months here at the department and is here to share her reflections. Pardon me, Kentucky allergies. But Ellie Gilbert will make the introductions.
I am privileged to introduce our team member. We have counted her as one of us this entire semester that she's been on sabbatical. It has been a joy to have her in the Division of Educator Recruitment and Development. We've taken trips together and done lots of things in the field to highlight teachers and to greet them. And it was really nice. We were in Bowling Green for a visit, and we went to dinner, and one of our colleagues said, "This is the Kentucky Teacher of the Year." And the waiter got really excited, and I was like, "Yeah, she's a celebrity." So we love her. We're going to miss her very much, but we count her as a friend forever. So I'm very pleased to introduce to you Jennifer Montgomery.
Well, thank you. And that was my first note, was just to say a big thank you to the Department of Educator Recruitment and Development, or the DIRD team as they call themselves. I know Aveda's in the back. But every single person on the team just really made me feel a valuable part of the team. And it was new for all of them. So it was new for me, but it was all new for them too. And so we learned to kind of grew together. You can go to the next slide. Over the last several months, I've had the opportunity to connect with many incredible educators across the Commonwealth. I've been welcomed into schools from Bowling Green to Hazard, from Louisville to Lexington. I've partnered with a lot of organizations, OVEC, UK Next Gen, Teach for America, Campbellsville University, Asbury University, lots of different places and organizations. But one thing that I've noticed, no matter what the location has been, is that in every place that I have shared my story, other people have shared theirs with me in return. And so that exchange, you can go to the next slide, that exchange has reminded me that the most powerful professional development isn't always in a new program or new skills, but it's often found in listening. And so I've been privileged to hear a lot of really amazing stories, and I just want to share 3 of them with you today. So this first one is Kristen Cantrell. She grew up in poverty, and for her, school was a place of hope and a place of escape. It provided stability and safety when her life at home was really pretty chaotic. And so because of that, she understands what it means to need encouragement, to crave consistency, and the need to feel seen. And so as a mother of 3, she recently returned to college to get a teaching degree, and she just graduated a few weeks ago from Asbury University, also earning the Outstanding Achievement in Elementary Education Award. Wow. So she is currently looking for a position in Pike County. So if you know of any, you can let her know. She wants to serve there because it's where she's from, and she wants to be a teacher, a mentor, an encourager, and she's obviously a living example of resilience as well. You can go to the next slide. Jessica Talley, I met actually she was a finalist for the 2025 Kentucky Teacher of the Year, which is how we met, and I was able to visit her school, Mount Washington Middle School. And her story really begins long before her classroom, almost 100 years ago, when her grandfather came to the U.S. from the Philippines. He came speaking already several languages, none of them English, so he taught himself how to speak English from the King James Version of the Bible. He chose not to teach his native tongue to any of his own children, though, because he faced a lot of discrimination here. And he was afraid that by passing that language on, that he would be passing that on as well. And so Jessica has really transformed her grandfather's legacy, because she now teaches English language learners to really embrace their cultural identity and not feel like they need to hide it the way that her grandfather did. You can go to the next slide. The last story I wanted to share with you is Lindsay Davey. Lindsay and I have lived in the same county, taught for 2 different districts, but small county for 2 decades, and I just met her recently. But Lindsay is amazing. She is an FFA sponsor, an agriculture teacher, and when you go in her classroom, you recognize instantly that her classroom is a hub for literacy, for science, for real-world connections, for bringing all of these things together. And so her students do incredible things like grow food that the cafeteria uses in their school lunches. They have a community greenhouse that they run that's open to the entire and benefits the entire community. And she takes her students to observe surgeries at local vet clinics. I mean, just so many real world, real life skills. She has the initiative that she started, Animals for Learning. And she said, well, it started in 6th grade, but then it expanded to kindergarten. Well, actually, it also expanded to seniors. So really, it just expanded in the entire district. And she said that it's a way for her to help students find their own voice, because they're taking something that they already know and love and using that passion to teach other students. So Lindsay also told me that agriculture it creates something vital, not from nothing, but from soil, sunshine, and hard work. And so really, when you think about it, I think that's a pretty apt metaphor for education as a whole as well. You can go to the next slide. So why would I share these stories with you today besides the fact that they are amazing and they are inspirational? Well, first, because these stories are symbols of the incredible educators that we have serving all across the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and I want to make sure that I give them recognition at every opportunity that I can. Secondly, because they remind me that adversity never disqualifies us. In fact, it equips us, because our experiences in life give us, they create a sphere of influence that no one else can really replicate. And that means that we can reach students and families that no one else can reach, which is pretty important. But even more than that, I share them with you because I believe stories are one of the most powerful tools that we have in education, because they connect us, because they help us see beyond even assessments and standards and help us see the human heartbeat behind the work that we do. So every student carries a story. Some of those are really hopeful and some of those are really heavy. And our job is to help them discover that each of their stories matters and to give them permission to believe that where they come from doesn't limit where they can go. You can Thank you. So when I spoke with you in February, you asked me what did I want to accomplish with my ambassadorship, and I told you this, that I wanted teachers and students to know that their stories matter because they matter, that I wanted to encourage and support vibrant learning experiences, foster innovation and deepen community collaboration, and I wanted to highlight teachers who were already doing this work. Now, the thing was, I did want to do all those things, but I didn't really know how I was going to do them. So I want to take a second to thank Dr. Meredith Brewer for helping me make part of that vision a reality, because I've never made a website before. I was going to give it a go on Canva. You can create anything in Canva. But she said that with the redesign of the Go Teach Kentucky site, she invited me to contribute. And so now, not only you, but everyone can visit the Every Story Matters page. I think you can go forward one. Yeah, this Every Story Matters page has an interactive map. And so every star that you see represents a teacher from that county and their story and how they got to where they are. And so I know that not every county is represented. I'm still adding stories, and I hope that this is a project that continues. But these stories and the people that I've met have been the highlight of my sabbatical. You can go to the next slide. They've also introduced me to a struggle that I didn't realize many teachers are having. Because when I shared examples of my students' projects, whether it was our water scarcity project or our mock crime scene unit that I developed in collaboration with our local police, I was asked the same question many times, and the question was, what HQIR are you using? Because in my district, we're not allowed to do anything that's not in our HQIR. And so I could be wrong, but I don't believe that that's the intent of HQIRs, because by definition, a resource is something that we draw on to support effective practices. And of course, that's why HQIRs are valuable and important. I don't think that that message is actually coming from KDE. I think it's coming from a lot of local districts who've invested in HQIRs, and they want to make sure they're getting a return on their investment, which is, of course, understandable. So I started thinking, like, how do we support teachers in using the curriculums and the HQIRs that they have and creating vibrant learning experiences at the same time? And so I came up with some suggestions that I've been sharing with anyone who will listen, so I thought I would share them with you as well. So the first one is model engaging professional learning, moving beyond sit and get PD, because when we model dynamic learning for teachers, we're creating a culture where innovation is safe and where it's celebrated and where it's shared. And so these two pictures, I'm just going to share about one of them, were PDs from my district. We're a tiny little district, and we took all of our teachers for a district-wide PD to Coast Children's Hospital. That seems like an odd location for a PD. Well, we took with us 4-foot stuffed bears and we delivered them to patients in the hospital, and that was amazing. But it was about more. Our job was to observe all of the people who are working at the hospital, and what we noticed was that they were committed to doing more than simply meeting the needs of their patients and the needs of those families. They were also committed to bringing them joy. And so our takeaway was, if you can do that in a hospital, we need to make sure we're bringing that joy into our classrooms, into our education system. Secondly, recognizing teacher leaders. These are three of my pals from Eminence, because every month we give out Penguin Awards for people who are doing thinking that is outside of the box, who are trying new things, whether they succeed at first or whether it's a flop and they learn from the failure. They're trying new things. And so recognizing teacher leaders and spotlighting these educators, letting their classrooms become inspiration for other teachers. You can go to the next slide. Also, encouraging cross-grade and cross-content collaboration. These are all pictures from my classes. But students thrive when they understand the why behind their learning. And that often comes through interdisciplinary real-world connections. Because if we're honest, in our day-to-day lives, things don't happen in vacuums. And sometimes that's the way we structure our classes, as if history is completely independent from literature, which is independent from math. And really, none of those things are independent from each other. They're all interconnected. And so encouraging those collaborations is another important step. You can go to the next slide. Engaging families as partners. At the beginning of every unit that I teach, I send out a message. The platform's not important, platforms change, but I send a message on whatever our platform is at the time to let families know what we're going to be studying and give them 3 to 5 ways that they can become involved in what we're doing. One of those ways is always to share their expertise if they have any. So when I was in the classroom first semester, I had a parent that reached out and she said, well, I see that you're going to be learning about arguments and writing claims and learning how important it is to have your evidence support your claim. And I happen to have 2 decades of experience as a defense attorney. I've worked for the Kentucky Innocence Project. Would you like me to come in? Yeah. Yes. So she did. She had a really great presentation. We worked together. At first, it was a little bit stiff, so I reminded her these are like 7th grade students. They need a little. So it was a great presentation. She did a phenomenal job. We all learned from her expertise, but something else happened because when you're partnering with humans, you have these beautiful human moments. And so one of those moments was she decided to share with all of my classes why she became a defense attorney. And the root for that was in a group project gone awry in middle school, which all of my students could definitely relate to, probably all of us here as well. You can go to the next slide. Inviting community members in. So our towns are full of experts who are eager to contribute. We just have to ask them. I do this by asking myself one question. The content that I'm getting ready to teach and the skills I'm getting ready to teach, who in the real world does these things in their jobs every day? And those are the people that I reach out to collaborate with for projects. You can go to the next slide. 6, partnering with local organizations. So whether they are food pantries, libraries, or nonprofits, these partnerships ground students in real needs and solutions and help them connect their learning to the world around them. Go to the next one. Showcasing student work. So hosting exhibitions of learning are really important, but not just at the end of the school year, which is where I see them happening a lot, which is great, but also all throughout the school year, hosting exhibitions where we can invite families in and we can let students develop pride in their work, and also the families in our communities developing pride in the students' work as well. I was really impressed when I visited Jessica Talley at Mount Washington Middle School. They do a showcase of learning after the first week of school. The first week of school, we are all teaching expectations, and we're talking about, what will happen in our classroom, not in Mount Washington Middle School. They are diving straight in, and after 1 week, they are showing their communities what their students have already done, which is pretty phenomenal. And you go to the next slide. Also, extended learning statewide or globally, as you can see pictures of my students doing that here. From virtual exchanges to service trips, students expand their worldview and their empathy when we connect them with experiences that are beyond just their classrooms. So, to me, no matter what HQIR school adopts, it doesn't limit their ability to create meaningful student-centered learning. In fact, it can just be a foundation from which something extraordinary grows. And hopefully, I've helped some people catch that vision along the way. You can go to the last slide. Thank you so much, not just for your time today, but also just the opportunity to serve in this role, because I am forever changed by the teachers that I've met and by the stories that I've heard and by the hope that I carry forward because of them.
Yay! Amen. Jennifer, you really do, I'm sitting here, it's like astounded. HQIR is really all around us. The resources in our own stories, the value of them has to be really cherished. And I appreciate your bringing us that message and for reminding us of so much that is already there that we can use to inspire our students and to guide them, help guide their learning experience. So what would you want to do next?
I still actually have a full plate of places I'm speaking at. Our Washington week got moved from, it usually occurs in the spring, and our National Teacher of the Year Washington week got moved to the fall, so that is still coming. I'm going to Space Camp soon. I'm actually in a couple of weeks traveling to Peru to visit someone I shared with you about when I was with you last time, Wilma, who has a school there serving students that are in just a really high poverty area. I'm speaking at a VLN network meeting. OVEC just asked me yesterday to speak to their all of their 300 teachers for their back to school events. So I actually have still a lot of ways that I'm collaborating with different people and organizations. So I guess as long as they keep asking, I will just keep going.
Oh, fabulous. And your son is fully recovered?
He is. My son is fully recovered. He got to play his full baseball season this spring. So thank you for asking about him.
Thank you so much. Colleagues?
It was always very difficult to go to a speaking engagement knowing that you had to follow the Teacher of the Year.
And a really good one, yeah.
Listen, I enjoy your message about telling your story. We have so many teachers that do so many phenomenal things, and that's the hardest thing for a teacher is to tell their own story. They want to focus on their students, but I think it's so important that we talk about where we're from, why we're thankful for that, how it's changed us, how it's made us better, and how it helps us better serve student needs. So again, I love your message of telling the story. Thank you so much for
Absolutely.
Thank you. I've enjoyed all of the events. At one point, Dr. Fletcher said, I think we've become a package deal.
I think he was the warm-up band.
Absolutely.
But I've enjoyed hearing your story as well.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you again for all you do and for bringing us such a rich insight into real practice and what HQIR resides in all of us. Look forward to continuing the relationship, please.
Thank you all.
Well, now Dr. Fletcher and Dr. Marinelli will present 6 important awards: the Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching.
Okay, I'll get started with that, and I'll be announcing each one as we go through. But if folks would like to come forward, we'll hold our applause to the very end for all of our people here. But the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching, or PAMST, are the highest honors bestowed by the United States government specifically for K-12 mathematics and science, including computer science teaching. Established by Congress in 1983, teachers who are selected as PAMST awards receive a trip to Washington, D.C., where they attend a series of recognition events and professional development opportunities. They also receive a $10,000 award from the National Science Foundation, a presidential certificate, and join an elite cohort of award-winning teachers who can influence state jurisdiction in national science and technology, engineering, and math teaching. Today, we recognize 6 Kentucky educators for demonstrating excellence in mathematics and teaching. 4 of the awardees were able to join us in person, but we'd like to recognize all 6. After I share a little about each educator, I would like to invite all 4, of course we have all 4 here, to join us for a group photo here shortly. So first, the 2021 PAMST Award for Mathematics is Benjamin Mulberger from Jefferson County Public School District. Atherton High School principal said, Mr. Mulberger frequently uses collaborative student learning techniques supported by our math curriculum, which focuses on mathematical inquiry, reasoning, and collaborative problem solving, more so than drill and kill memorization of formulas and procedures. I may have been guilty of a little bit of drill and kill in my day, sorry. His focus on mathematics reasoning supports students to start making their own connections and building conceptual understanding before being shown the rule. So thank you for that. The 2021 PAMST Award for Science is Miranda Messer. From Jefferson County Public School District, the Director of Research and Innovation at Central High School said, Miranda constantly challenges her students, thinking through effective implementation of design thinking and backwards planning. In her classroom, students are the true agents of their learning. Thank you. The 2022 PAPST Award for Mathematics is Nova Pleeman. From Fayette County Public School District, at the time of the application and as of May is now employed at KDE, Team K, so we recruit, maybe a little bit, as the elementary math consultant. Booker T. Washington's elementary principal said, Ms. Pleeman's class discussions are a vital opportunity for her to learn more about student thinking and learning, monitor for misconceptions, and steer the learning in a productive direction. She teaches students to learn to listen to one another, ask questions, and provide feedback, which allows students to see the value in the process and understand the purpose rather than focus primarily on just the outcome. Thank you. The 2022 PAMST Award for Science, Hillary McWhorter, from Fayette County Public School District at the time of the application. She is now a state literacy coaching specialist at KDE, but is unable to join us today. Man, we do a good job recruiting. The instructional specialist shared these words about Hillary. I have developed a great respect for Hillary and her passion for science and seeing kids do science in a way that connects to the world around them. I am very impressed with her commitment for educating all of her students to high levels of science proficiency, providing science leadership at her school, and her promotion of science learning through her summer programs. And thank you to Hillary. The 2023 PAMST Award for Mathematics, Marcus Blakeney, from Jefferson County Public School District at the time of his application. He is now a professional learning specialist with CPM Educational Program, a nonprofit that collaborates with grades 6 through 12 math teaching teams to provide student-centered education solution to promote student engagement and deep mathematical understanding. Fern Creek High School's principal said, Mr. Blakeney is energized rather than defeated by the challenges of teaching in our post-pandemic world. He is quick to adapt to the new technology and is always finding new ways to provide support and resources to students who struggle. Thank you for that. Our 2023 PAMST Award for Science is Matthew Bryant from Warren County Public School District at the time of his application. He is currently serving as a high school physics teacher, all that goes out to physics teachers as a former physics teacher and math teacher, at the Miami Valerie School in Dayton, Ohio, and is unable to join us today. According to one of Matthew's recommenders, Matt is clearly committed to opening doors for his own students as well, using physics as a conduit to build their critical thinking and analytical skills, while also building students' ability to communicate effectively. Thank you to Matthew. We're glad you're able to join us today, and we look forward to speaking with you over lunch. But we'll give you an opportunity, if you'd like. Is there anything that you'd like to add or any comments that you have about the award? Any?
They're tired.
So we got some science and math teachers that are speechless. How did that happen? Well, I will say this as a former math teacher and physics teacher, the connection to the real world, the connection with students and relationships is so important because we face so many times students say that I'm just not a good math student. How do you overcome that? And you do that first by let them see how do you apply your knowledge, how do you make a sense of what you're learning, and obviously each of you have done that throughout. So we thank you for that, and if you would, we'd like for you to come forward and we'll take a picture of the board chair and myself as we go through. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I know. You've all missed them, I could tell.
Okay, you ready for the Teresa Perry? So, Dr. Fletcher, would you proceed with the Teresa Perry Award?
Again, we have the opportunity to recognize so many great people that have served in education. And it's my honor to move on to the Teresa Perry Compassion Award, which is given annually in June to a KDE employee who exhibits the characteristics and professionalism Perry showed every day. The award is in memory of Perry, who served as Executive Secretary to the Commissioner of Education and was noted for providing outstanding customer service to those inside and outside the agency. When you think of compassion and understanding, you could be thinking of this year's nominee for the Teresa Perry Compassion Award. This individual is always willing to do what is necessary to provide assistance, support, and kindness to our education community, and they always have a smile on their face. Based on the established criteria, integrity, commitment to assisting others, excellence in customer service, knowledge and productivity, and the compassion in their work, the nominee who best exemplifies these qualities is Chris Williams. Chris, who has been with KDE for about 14 years, is a program consultant in KDE's Division of Assessment and Accountability and Support. She has consistently demonstrated accessibility, responsiveness, and the ability to foster understanding for those she serves. Her dedication to ensuring that every individual feels heard, respected, and empowered aligns directly with the spirit of this recognition. Through thoughtful guidance, clear communication, and unwavering support, Chris has made a lasting impact, embodying the highest standards of integrity and compassion. Congratulations to Chris Williams, the recipients of this year's Compassion Award. Her commitment to assisting others and providing excellent service is truly commendable. She is all in when it comes to providing schools and districts with the supports the need to help their students. And Chris couldn't be with us, but she is online. We're so thankful to have her here, but her husband is here to accept the award. So, Chris, where are you today that you can't come here and have your award?
Well, I want to tell you all, I'm very touched and honored for this award that you all have bestowed upon me because Teresa was such a, I was fortunate to be at KDE when she was here, and what a sweet, she was always giving person. I'm very honored to, get this award at the department in her honor. And, I'm gracious enough to be able to do that. And I appreciate, I am here at the WIDA board meeting because part of my job is to work with English learners. And so I am very passionate about that work. And so I'm here in Madison, Wisconsin, learning about all that I need to do to help my schools and districts this year to have a successful year with their English learners. And it was so sweet to, hear the information too from the student who I love that he has a voice and he's willing to say, be passionate about what he feels, and the board has been, receptive to that. And then not only our teacher of the year, I'm so proud of her, because she does, lots in her, in her district and things like that with our English learners. So it was nice to hear that particular piece of it. And so I'm just very honored and so gracious that my husband is there to be able to accept that award. And with me here today is also Sheriff Savage, my manager in the office. So she's coming to also, she's very supportive in what I do at the department, as well as my wonderful colleague, Jennifer Stafford, who's my director, and then also our associate, Rhonda Sims. They have allowed me to do what I do and have been very good role models too in the work that I do each and every day. And I love what I do with our English learners and with our schools and districts, because that's the highlight of my day when I can help a teacher or principal or superintendent or et cetera in their daily lives. And so appreciate that. And thank you all again for allowing me to be here in Wisconsin I wish I could be there in person with you. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
My husband and son are big fans. So when I found out I was going through Madison, I had to look at it. It's
That's
soft,
great.
soft center.
Glad that I'm not in.
Good burger.
See, Steve sat right here beside her all those.
Last time I ate there, I
For
had
most of the
cheese
time, right?
I love them
Oh,
both.
sorry.
So Steve sat right beside you most of the time.
I don't know what it's that butter burger.
Yeah.
To me, they're kind of like the original.
I'm
smash
sorry. I
burger.
should have
That's
given.
good.
If I had more time, I would have given a shout out to everyone.
Oh, I see. Now you got me thinking about
Oh, I know
Ignore him.
you're very prompt about meeting times. I completely understand. We had to.
I was gonna put a little tick by your name, of course, never run into you again.
In case you come into court and he's a judge. Uh-oh.
I agree.
And now the
They have like a whole courtyard.
next
with
award
boxes.
is Dr. Fletcher. Please proceed with the Robinson Award.
Absolutely. Again, this is I love this part of, not only that we're coming to a close to two great days of meetings, but also to have these opportunities to honor people that have contributed so much. So our next honored individual was recognized at the last KBE meeting as the recipient of the 2025 Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education. Michael Griffin, principal of Browning Springs Middle School in Hopkins County, was unable to join us at the last meeting, but we're glad to extend our appreciation and congratulations to him today. The 2025 Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education is named for Dr. Samuel Robinson, a former member of the Kentucky Board of Education from 1991 to 2004, who made diversity and equity in public education his life's work. A noted educator and well-known civil rights leader, Robinson began his career in Kentucky, in Louisville, in 1960, and served as principal at Shawnee High School to president of the Lincoln Foundation. Mr. Griffin was nominated 2 times for this award, which honors extraordinary efforts and contributions in the area of educational diversity and equity. We previously shared how, under Mr. Griffin's leadership, Browning Springs Middle School has achieved remarkable growth. He spearheaded initiatives that elevated the school's overall performance rating from orange to yellow, eliminating its Targeted Support and Improvement, or TSI, designation for students with disabilities and African American students. Across academic areas, including reading, math, science, social studies, and writing, student performance has significantly improved. Notably, the school leaped 2 classifications in the Quality of School Climate and Safety Survey, reflecting a safer, more inclusive environment for all. The number of in-school and out-of-school suspensions has decreased dramatically, and chronic absenteeism has seen a significant decline. These improvements stem from his commitment to fostering a positive, supportive atmosphere where every student feels valued. At the heart of Mr. Griffin's leadership is his unwavering belief in the potential of every student. He makes it his mission to ensure every child feels respected and celebrated, recognizing their achievements in academics, athletics, attendance, behavior, and more. Congratulations, Principal Griffin, for receiving the 2025 Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education. Mr. Griffin, a few remarks from you.
First off, thank you all for allowing me to come back. Pretty disappointing to miss out on that March 27th board meeting, I believe. But it was more disappointing to be in the hospital with a gallstone 2 months after having my gallbladder removed. So that was a happy surprise, right? I wouldn't be the leader I am without my leadership team, and that includes, of course, my assistant principal, my guidance counselor, my mental health therapist, my youth service center coordinator, my school resource officer, my athletic director. When I encounter any kind of conflict in the classroom or any kind of issue with a family member, I don't immediately look at that student's behavior background. I go to the leadership team and say, hey, what's going on? You know, is this student having to get up in the mornings and take their siblings to elementary school and then walk to school? And that's why they're showing up late the first period. And then they get that tardy and now they're ready to act out in the second period. Utilizing our chefs who could tell us this kid keeps going up to our share basket to get more food. Even our custodians who do a wonderful job daily counseling our students and don't get the credit that they deserve. So it's very much a family atmosphere at Browning Springs, and I couldn't do what I do without the help of every single staff member. So thank you again for this amazing award. It's a huge honor, and I'm very proud of the work that our school is doing and our students and their success specifically. So.
And we have one more.
We absolutely do, and this one is an honor. All of these are honors to be a part of, but this one has made an impact on me personally. In the 3 short months I got to work with this lady, she has helped me grow on as a leader, as an educator, and I appreciate that so tremendously. So, in honor, it is my honor to join Chair Robinson in presenting the 2025 Karam Award in Excellence in Education Policy. This award, named for the former KBE member David Karam, recognizes a Kentucky policymaker, education leader, or citizen who has made notable state-level contributions to the improvement of Kentucky's public education system. Karam served on KBE from 2009 to 2016 and from December 2019 through April 2020. He served on education committees in the House and Senate, but all but 6 months of his 33 years in the Kentucky General Assembly. During his tenure in public office, Karam championed the passage of the Kentucky Education Reform Act and led the efforts for the 4% school tax levy by school districts. As you may know, Robin Fields Kinney recently retired from an exceptional career in public service, and today the KBE honors her as the recipient of the 2025 David Karam Award for Excellence in Education Policy. Before I turn the microphone over to her, there are some things that need to be said by the nominator, from the nominator. So according to her nominator, Robin is an outstanding leader who in her final role served as interim commissioner of education, providing exemplary service to the Commonwealth students, educators, administrators, and school officials. She is a passionate advocate for children and their access to high-quality public education. And her dedication has made a significant positive impact on Kentucky's educational landscape. Ms. Kinney's commitment to the Kentucky Department of Education spanned over 2 decades. She served as an associate commissioner, managing the Office of Finance and Operations, and twice stepped in to serve as interim commissioner, demonstrating her willingness to take on critical leadership roles. Her prior service with KDE from 2003 to 2008, her return in 2015, and her brief interim role in December 2019 all contributed to her deep understanding of the department and her operations. During her tenure as interim commissioner, Ms. Kinney provided invaluable leadership, working tirelessly with school districts, the Kentucky General Assembly, and other agencies. She ensured the KDE continued moving forward, focusing on stability and progress, and facilitating a seamless transition for the incoming commissioner. Her efforts were crucial in maintaining momentum and focus on student success during the period of transition. And finally, Ms. Kinney's selection for the interim position reflected not only her extensive experience and deep knowledge of KDE, but also, and perhaps more importantly, her unwavering dedication to the mission of providing the best possible education for Kentucky students. She is a true leader whose contributions deserve recognition and commendation. So that being said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Kinney.
Thank you so much. Well, first, it's a pleasure to be back here with you. I'm back to the other side of the table, but it's so nice to see each of you. I've missed all of you and a lot of the people here at the Kentucky Department of Education. First, my thanks to Chair Robinson, to members of the board, and to Commissioner Fletcher for recognizing me with the David Karam Award. And also, a special thanks to Matt Ross, who nominated me for this. You know, it's very special when someone that you work so closely with feels you are worthy of this recognition. So thank you, Matt, for writing all those really nice things about me. This really is a full circle moment for me because when I was a third-year law student, second and third-year law student, I had the privilege of working as a law clerk for the 48th Judicial Circuit. And at that time, there was a little case going through that trial court called Rose versus Council for Better Education. And so I had a front row seat to watching as the decision came out of that trial court and then went on to the Kentucky Supreme Court for final decision. And then, of course, it went to the Kentucky General Assembly, where Senator David Karam was, as noted in the remarks, a champion of really developing what became the Kentucky Education Reform Act. Of course, little did I know at that time, because I was probably a little naive and didn't fully appreciate really everything that this landmark decision was really going to come and influence public education in Kentucky. But little did I know that I would end up at the Kentucky Department of Education and watch it in action. Also participate, engage in the action of KARA and all that it was. Of course, Senator Karam continuing his advocacy, became a member of the board here and was the chairman. And ironically, was the person who gave me that first call to ask me to be the interim commissioner here. And so I had the pleasure of watching Senator David Karam in his passion and advocacy to make sure that the tenets of that decision we worked for every single day, meaning that each and every child had could prosper with an adequate education, and that's what we strive for here. Public policy. This is an award for public policy, and I guess I'm a little surprised to think that someone thinks I impacted public policy. But as we work on public policy as public servants, I always found it important to start with a good foundation. And that means to develop relationships with people. Because you have to have, it's easy to have those easy conversations about public policy, but in developing really good, positive relationships with people, it makes those hard discussions a little bit easier. You don't always come out on the same side, but your hope is that the next time that you have one of those conversations, they are willing to listen and engage with you again. So that's what I tried to practice, to model, and to encourage here at the Department of Education. Finally, public policy is not something that usually happens overnight. Sometimes public policy, you have to kind of make it up really fast because of your facts and circumstances, and it happens. But good public policy comes when you have time to make informed decisions and time to really think about the decision you're making and the lasting impact it may have. The Department of Education is really lucky because they continue to have people that have been here that understand the history of public education and can inform and advise and guide as new public policy is made. So I would be remiss without thanking all my colleagues here at the Department of Education, superintendents, school district administrators, legislators, and all those that really spend their time, efforts, and dedication in coming up with good public policy for the children of the Commonwealth. So thank you again. I'm very honored to receive this award.
Yeah.
They've added some things to the agenda.
Just 2 more hours.
Tear jerking stuff on this last part of the day, but
I believe there's a song. I think there's a song like that. I'll fly away.
give it back to this candidate thing.
Yeah, and you're going to hold it.
That was last year.
Oh, okay, that's 10th grade.
Yes. But yes, that was
This year
amazing.
you're going to
TSP.
Board colleagues, I thank you so much for your devotion to a really packed agenda. We are now at a point where I would only entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make that motion.
May I have that motion?
My
It has
motion,
been made.
Triple.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Is there anybody opposed?
I'm so.
We stand adjourned. Thank you so much.